Alrighty. We are live. How's everybody doing tonight? Just a second here. Let me get everything rigged so I can see everybody. Hey guys, welcome to the show tonight. This is your friend, the Counterdocs. Tonight we have an ecumenical gathering. So mostly we're doing this for converts, right? Or people who are new to the faith, discerning, whatever they want to do for themselves, whatever they want to pursue for themselves. There's this topic that that from depending on your perspective, right? They will tell you that it's two lungs of the same church. I've heard that before, and there are people who don't believe that Catholics, Orthodox are practicing the same faith. So tonight we have some friends here, right? We have Orthodox and we have Catholics, and you're not really going to hear a debate. You're going to hear civil conversations, right? We're just ordinary people. Okay, none of us, we're not clergy. Our opinion from our daily practice as laymen. Okay, do we believe we're practicing the same faith? Is any sort of reconciliation, or some people call it reunion, possible? So we're gonna break this into three sections tonight. So I'm gonna have all the guests here introduce themselves in a little bit, and we're gonna talk about how we see the world, because I think if Christianity is a hospital, right? It's here to solve. Christ is here. He's within us, among us, to solve the problems of the world. We need to have a correct understanding of what's going on in the world. So the first part, we're going to talk about that, and then we'll talk about, based on how our churches are going, where do we see each other in the future, and we're going to talk about the practicalities last. I will have the call-in links, but the call-in links is not going to be available until towards the end of the show. We'll do a few call-ins. As always, catechumen opinions don't count tonight. But if you're a catechumen of either church, you are welcome to call in or ask questions in the comment section. I'll try to scroll back and look at these things, okay? So let's do this. And I'm going to tag everybody's name here. When you see EO, it's Eastern Orthodox. Obviously, when you see RC, it's Roman Catholic, including Eastern Catholic. The Blue Catholic here, we have an interesting guest here. He's a Maronite Catholic. Everybody's welcome to share their opinions tonight. So with that said, let's get started with introducing ourselves. Catholic Defender, please tell us your faith, which is quite obvious. Why did you choose faith, and what are your thoughts on the other faith?
Sure, yeah. So obviously I'm Roman Catholic. I'm a cradle Catholic, a revert. I fell away from the faith for a long time, and came back to the faith. For a while, I was just calling myself a follower of Christ, and then it was the Eucharist that really led me back to the Catholic Church. What was your other question? I'm sorry.
What are your thoughts on the other faith?
Yeah. I mean, I love my Orthodox brothers and sisters. I have a very close friend who's Orthodox. I've been to Orthodox liturgy. I've been to an Orthodox wedding. Jesus Christ is truly present in your Eucharist. This is sort of how I discuss it with other Catholics, other Orthodox. Your Eucharist is Jesus' body and blood. I will worship your Eucharist as Jesus' body and blood. So I believe we align pretty closely. I would say probably about 99%. There's just a few distinctions that divide us, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you, man. Hammer of Heretics, go ahead.
Hey, so yeah, I'm Hammer of Heretics. I'm a convert from Protestantism to Roman Catholicism, or Latin Rite Catholicism. And I have a great affinity for the Eastern churches, for Orthodoxy, for the Eastern Rite of the Catholic Church. And yeah, no, I have a great love for it, and I personally like venerate like Saint Gregory Palamas. I love the mysticism and the closeness, the idea of the noose. All these different things are just very very they speak to me. So that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
And why'd you choose the Roman Catholic faith?
So there was part of that was cultural for me. My grandparents had been Catholic, and my parents kind of skipped. So it skipped a generation, and then we kind of, I guess, reclaimed the birthright, right? But I did explore becoming Eastern Catholic for a little bit, and also even talk to an Orthodox priest. So who's to say where this journey ends? But I can't at this point say this is where I stand, right, with any certitude. But I know that I follow Christ. So as Protestant as that sounds.
All right, thanks, man. Actually, let's do Blue Catholic. Our Maronite friend. Is your mic working?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So go ahead and tell us. Obviously, we know you're Maronite Catholic. Why did you choose Maronite Catholicism, and what are your thoughts on the other side of the panel tonight?
So I'm a convert from evangelical Protestantism. I fell away from Christianity as a whole in like middle school, and I was like an agnostic atheist. I had like I believe I had a what we would call a road to Damascus moment where I encountered Jesus, and that drew me back to the church. I started investigating the apostolic faith because that's what I seen in the Acts of the Apostles and what St. Paul was describing in his letters to Timothy and Titus. I debated whether I should go to Eastern Orthodoxy or Catholicism, but I fell in love with the Aramaic spirituality and the Syriac spirituality that is in the Maronite Church, and that is what brought me to the Maronite Church. I have a great affinity for my Eastern brothers. I'm in the liturgical East like you all that are on the other half of the panel here. I hope that we can, unite with my lifetime.
Okay.
That's about it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I've never seen any sort of Aramaic liturgies. I do always want to see the Coptic liturgies. I've seen like some Vespers on the internet. What up, Solo Sayer? Yeah, I've never seen any. It'd be nice to when they witness that. Thanks for sharing. All right, Inquiring Truth, you're next, man.
Hey, yeah, I'm Inquiring Truth. Actually, what was the question? Just introduce.
Yeah, well, tell us. Obviously, we know you're EO. Why'd you
Okay.
choose EO, and what are your thoughts on the other side?
Yeah. So
Be generous.
again, yeah. I grew up actually Catholic. My whole family's Latin. So over time, I guess I kind of went to this non-denominational phase. Then I started learning about the early church, and I realized how I started looking about kind of philosophy, how the people put together the Bible have to interpret it, and everything else would be kind of irrelevant. So what I looked, why is he laughing? Okay. And then what I kind of looked into it was, and then when it came down to Catholicism or Orthodoxy, and I kind of researched that road, and I came to my own interpretation that the Orthodox Church has the most consistent basis of reality, and how we interact with God, and it's always been passed down that way. And I see the papal position is kind of shifting, just in my view, of course. And but yeah, my whole family's Latin. A lot of them are Catholics. I have respect for Catholics as well.
Okay, great, thanks. So for me, those of you know me as the Counterdox, I was an atheist for many years, and I started looking at Christianity during college years because of the leftist push, and I wanted to push against that. But when I looked into evangelical Christianity, specifically like Charlie Kirkism and stuff, which is pretty much ran by the CIA and pushed by the elites, it didn't make sense, right? It does not provide enough logical grounding for the things that they argue for, which is, quote, traditionalism, which they still can't define today. Therefore, I did not further inquire into evangelical Christianity. I chose Orthodoxy. And I respect a lot of the practices in the traditional Latin communities. That's what I'll say about Roman Catholicism. With that said, we're done with the introduction. So I think, honestly, I think at this point, if anybody's really going to be mad at the end of this show, is going to be evangelicals. Everybody docked on them in the introduction, which is hilarious. So now we're going to move on to the first section of this conversation. Like we mentioned in the beginning, to effectively address the problem, we need to know what the problem is. So I'm going to start, and we're going to go around, and we'll talk about how do we interpret the world? Why is the world the way it is? And why can faith in how we know it, right, in our respective traditions, solve these problems? So I see that the current world as a distortion of normalcy, I guess. It is not the way that the world is meant to be. It is a corrupted version of the greater world that was created. And we are to follow closely behind the steps of Christ, to be obedient, and because Christ is true. He is the truth, right? He is the light. He is the truth. And it's only through communion with Christ and the healing of body and soul that we can, with hope, look for the resurrection and the perfecting of this fallen world. And that's pretty much my position. So with that said, Catholic Defender, you can go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead with what exactly?
Yeah, just tell us, what do you think the world is? Why do you think the world is the way it is? And how do you think your faith is going to fix the world?
Sure. I mean, are we just talking about like the fallen nature of man, like due to sin?
Well, whatever in your opinion is the correct categorization.
Yeah. I mean, it really was the fallen nature of the world that led me to Christ. Seeing society how it is, how the 7 deadly sins are prevalent throughout our society, and which led me personally in despair, and then seeing Christ as the hope, as the light, to lead us out of that. I don't know exactly really what you mean with this question. My apologies.
I mean, how do you see your practice in Latin Catholicism? How do you see? I mean, what exactly do you think that your faith provides you to solve these problems?
I mean, abiding in Christ, so that I can be a light in the world, to help lead others to His church, to help to be able to love my brothers and sisters, to work with Him, to be His fellow worker. I mean, I think it's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you. Hammer Heretics.
So this is going to be a pretty optimistic take, right? But I do think that the world and the created order in general is the greatest love story ever given to us. The way that I look at the world and creation as a whole is this was one selfless sharing of the perfect and immutable love shared in the divine community of the Trinity. God is perfectly transcendent, separate from the created order, yet simultaneously relatively immanent to it, right? So all of this was given to us, and while we ruptured that relationship with the fall, right, now living as post-lapsarian men, we now have the order of grace because God, throughout history, throughout the story of the Bible, throughout what we're living today, made these great and beautiful overtures to us to bring us back to Him, right? That's what religion is for. That's what the world is for. This is part of us rebinding ourselves to Him, religare, right, from the Latin for religion, right? So another thing is that the way that as a Catholic, as a Christian as a whole, I'm able to view the world with the fact that I have a telos, right? We all have a purpose, right? We were made for a specific end. We weren't made to be, meat sacks with nerves just firing off as random synapses. We're not just animals. We are higher order of creation. We are image bearers of God, right? We have reason, we have will, and we have the ability to create, which is unique across all of creation, right? So the atheistic dysteleological worldview, this nihilistic, hopeless kind of, worldview is totally foreign to everything that we know as humans, right? I guess one way you could put it is like we have a God-sized and shaped hole within all of us, right? And the only thing that brings us to that peace is Him. So that's kind of the way I view the world. Is it's without God, right? There is no world. The man in the mirror, right, is a key example. The created order is a reflection of Him standing there. The minute that He's not part of the mirror, He's not part of the glass, but if He steps away, the reflection ceases to be. So knowing that has given me a lot of comfort, and that's my worldview in a nutshell.
Okay, cool. What we just got this is good now. Now we have 3 EOs and 3 Catholics. This is gonna be perfect. All right, the blue Catholic Maronite. Here's your turn.
So, I kind of have a little bit different view of the world because I served 2 combat tours in the Middle East. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Making sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I had a bit of a connection issue where my, where the connection blipped. But I served 2 combat tours in the Middle East, and so I got to see some pretty nasty things, some of which I still have nightmares about today. But the world's a pretty terrible place with, from what I've seen, with all this violence, especially with the stuff that's going on now. You see in Iran, you see that in Gaza. I mean, you see that in other parts of Africa and other parts of Southeast Asia. But for me, I'm very hopeful because the church is growing. Both the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, they're growing at a rate that we have never seen before, and it's very and it's very inspiring that while the world is dark, the church is there as the light at the end of the tunnel, that we can keep moving forward. And I think by remaining faithful to the sacraments, we can draw more people to the love and the fullness that is in the Lord Jesus Christ.
When you say the church, what do you mean by that?
Hold on, Nicola. Just give us a second here. So the topic, I know you just joined. So basically, we're talking about we're going to do this in sections, right? Right now, we're talking about how do you see the world, and how do you think your church, your faith, actually solves these problems? So, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
I mean, when you're saying blue Catholic, like when you're saying the church, people are moving to the
try
church.
not to engage the other person right now. Just don't engage the other person right now. Just talk about.
All right, yeah. I thought you were just gonna. So can you repeat the question again? Sorry, it's just 4 a.m. where I'm at.
Yeah. So your faith. How do you see the world through your faith? Right. Why is the world the way it is, and how does your faith solve the problem? And we'll do the discussion after.
I mean, as an Eastern Orthodox, of course, I think the world is the way it is because of the sinfulness of man and the abuse of free will, right? God made a perfectly ordered world, and we abuse of our free will that is God-given in order to achieve communion with Him. We made sin happen. We make sin happen all the time, and we are the cause of suffering and everything evil in the world and everything. Basically, to put it simply as my spiritual father did it, sin is not something in and of itself. It's a lack of the good that ought to be. Right? So sin isn't like a shadow, basically. It's not a thing in and of itself. It's always just the lack of virtue and the lack of communion. And if we have an understanding of that and on a really deep level, and also see that within our souls, we can understand and see even on a subjective basis, right? Because in the end, we can base our epistemology and all the logic we want, but in the end, subjective experience is still going to be the thing that convinces us. We can all see in our subjective experiences that there is something wrong with us, and we need that kind of communion. We feel that need for communion. We see our own imperfections, if we're honest with ourselves. And the only thing that can account for perfection, which we can see we're lacking, is God. And if we do research into God, it is a triune God, is a Christian God, then of course becomes a question, which is the true Christian denomination? And for that, we have to go to historicity, the church fathers, et cetera, and like other philosophical things.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, and inspiring. There you go.
So the question was, how do we view the world? Like how to fix it? Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, the faith, the world through your faith, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why the world is the way it is, and
Right.
how do you think your faith is going to fix it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously the world is the way it is because of sin and spiritual deception, etc. But and that attacks the flesh as well, because sin is a sickness physically as well. But so I think the way to fix it is obviously to see through divine revelation, that Christ really revealed us how to interact with the world and how to treat other people and how to show the truth to other people. I think that's only consistent, obviously, in the Orthodox Church, because consistency is a barrier of what's true. Like, of course, other people can get things right, like I would agree the Catholics would, but if it's not consistent, the paradigm breaks, in my view. So, that's how I kind of view that.
Cool. All right, great. So we're done with this little section here, and now we're going to get more intense and more intense in this conversation. I promise you guys. Again, tonight it's not a debate. We're really talking about these core issues, and trust me, the issues itself are just intense enough for us to keep this going. Okay, so now we have described how we see the world, through our faith. We're going to move on to the next section. Okay. Based on where we see our churches and each other's churches going, right? Do we think we'll ever come to an agreement? Who wants to kick that off? Go ahead, Hammer.
So I would never say never. I would say that it would take an act of God for it to happen. It would really have to be done in that way. I can say that from the attempts at unity made by both churches, there's been overtures. There's been, there are uniates, right? People that have unified or come to, but it's not a perfect union or an equal reunion. I would say I noticed that on the Catholic side of the house with a lot of Eastern Catholics, they get treated kind of as like second-class citizens. Sometimes when they were told, hey, come back, you'll get to choose your own bishops, you'll be treated like this, you'll get to keep your unique right. A lot of times that has not been the case. They do not get to choose their own bishops. The Catholic, or the Latinization of the liturgy of St. John Chrysostom and St. Mark and St. James has occurred. So, there is a difference when you go to, a Orthodox church and a Byzantine Catholic church, right? It's the same liturgy, but they've changed things. The confession is different as well. It's Latinized. So there's a bit of cross-pollination as well. So it's not a perfect retention, right? Likewise, on the Orthodox side with the Western Rite Orthodox, there's an Easternization, right? And they're also on both sides, Eastern and Eastern Catholics and Western or Latin Orthodox are treated pretty poorly. So that's one thing I would have to say is like, yeah, it would, to fulfill Christ's prayer, it would have to ultimately come from God causing that unity, not from power pushes or anything like that. So that's just my opinion.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, with the Latin Orthodox, the Western Orthodox, I think the core problems comes from for example, the teachings on the Sacred Heart, right, which was carried over and was cracked down by our bishops, but they insisted on keeping the name of the Sacred Heart, but just completely dismantling the meaning of Sacred Heart in Latin theology and just replace it with something that is Orthodox, right? Which is, I guess they're doing it because it's more friendly to people in the West. I don't know why. I don't agree with it. I just don't think it's genuine. I think you did make some great points there. So let's see. Catholic Defender, you want to go next on that one?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we're coming up on almost 1,000 years of schism. Less than 30 years away from that, and I think it's very possible in our lifetimes that we could see reunification of the church, or at least reunification of some or a majority of the patriarchs. But I guess we're not really talking yet about what's separating us, right? We're just
just where do you, based on where you see the church, your church and my church is going, do you think it's a possibility realistically, and why? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, for a few reasons. One, I think we were very close, 600 years ago, Council of Florence, to reunifying, and now today, I mean, we had the mutual excommunications were lifted in the 1900s. Pope Francis, began more dialogue with the patriarchs, and it's being continued with Leo now. I think it's very, very possible for us to reunify.
Okay. So interesting take there, definitely, because as many people know, the Greek Orthodox Church, the Greek jurisdiction, I don't want to include Mount Athos in this, but specifically with the Greek archdioceses that were strictly under the control of the ecumenical patriarch are extremely ecumenistic. They, constantly do push reunification with the Vatican and with many, especially sometimes even the Oriental Orthodox. And we do see that the Greek Archbishop Epiphoros of America inviting monophysites, Oriental Orthodox, into the altars of our churches. Not going to comment on whether I agree with that or not, but it is definitely a phenomenon. Okay, so let's do IT. Go ahead.
Yeah, my experience, I think that a reunion would, obviously as an Orthodox, we see how the Catholic Church has gone. It's went to more of a Franco-papal idea instead of just the word Catholic and what the early church represented of it. That's obviously our position. So, even with the the Vatican II stuff, the ecumenical ideology with their, and we obviously affirm that it comes from their theology from like Aquinas and stuff like that. So, I mean, we would obviously, my opinion, I think it would never happen, because to come in communion with the patriarch, meaning that the universal pope would never have to be in that patriarchal system. So it just wouldn't happen in our view. And another thing is that we have things already in that system, like for example, Bartholomew, or the EP, etc., doing things that are always like in communion with Catholics, and the rest of the church rejects those things. So it's like, it's kind of heavy proof that it will never happen in my view.
Mm-hmm. Real quick, Julian the Penitent says the newcomers on both sides are likely more rigorous than the forces that have been working ecumenically towards reunification. The theological issues, I mean, yeah, that is definitely true. Okay, so I'll give my opinion. Sorry, what was that?
Could I go next?
Oh yeah, go ahead. You can go next.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, and I hope it's not going to happen in a true sense. I think there will be a superficial union, and we're building towards that with ecumenism and the new spiritism and the religion of the future. But that unity, if it ever does happen, it will be either only in name, or it will require the churches to stop what they are, right? Because there's such deep running theological and dogmatic issues that you would have to completely ignore. So either you would have to give those up, which, I mean, of course, as Orthodox, we're open to that, right? For papists to give up the developments which they believe in. right? But if any Orthodox person were to suddenly start accepting papist dogmas, then they would stop being Orthodox in essence and become apostates. So there would not be a real joining of churches. It would be a joining of schismatics with the Roman Church. Other way around it's the same thing, although the papists are way more open to ecumenism. The thing is, I'm not too worried about that in one regard, because we can see, I mean, even with ecumenism happening, we can see, and this in the times before the Seventh Ecumenical Council, there was like a 150-year period of giant apostasy in the church hierarchy in the East, right? There were iconoclasts, even the emperors and like most of the bishops, like 99% of the bishops. And then the faithful people and the monks, they actually made the Seventh Ecumenical Council happen, right? And made sure that the iconoclast and the Holy Spirit through them made sure iconoclasm wasn't a thing anymore. So I'm not too worried about that in that regard. Although when we come to look towards the end times and the times of Antichrist, of course, there will be the one world religion, and lukewarm Orthodox Christians will definitely fall for the worldly appeal of superficial love and unity, right? That idea of unity in the ecumenist sense can only happen on a superficial level, because true love and true unity requires truth, and the kind of ecumenist unity that people are talking about and suggesting requires us to throw all truth away and requires us to just give up our own positions and focus merely on what superficially connects us.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Nicola, for your opinion. Blue Catholic, go ahead. Do you have something to say?
I do.
Oh, there you go. Now I can
Mine's
hear.
going to be, yeah. So like my view on this is going to be a little bit more nuanced than maybe. It's going to draw some, some sides. It's going to draw some sides from from my Western Catholic brothers, and then some from the East. I don't. I'm very hesitant to think that I'm hopeful that it'll happen, but realistically, I don't think that it'll happen in my lifetime, unless, like Hammer said, some act of God were to cause it to happen. Um, I will admit, being a Maronite Catholic, we are the only Eastern, rite of Catholicism that never left, that never schismed, primarily because we were secluded in the mountains of Lebanon. We were surrounded by all the Muslims, so we didn't really know there was a schism until the Crusaders came in the 1090s. But hold on. Yes, like in my experience that I've seen, like there has been a lot of Latinization. The oldest Maronite manuscript of like liturgical manuscript is 500 years old, because the Jesuits burned all of our stuff in the 1500s, which was not too good. But we are starting to see some intercommunion in war zones such as Syria and Lebanon, where no, what's the word? Oh yeah, where Antiochian Orthodox and Maronites are going to the same churches. They are receiving the same Eucharist, and that's being done yes, it's being done as an extraordinary measure, but I can hope that it can become more permanent. But it's an extraordinary measure because the clergy there are saying that we're not going to stop the faithful from receiving the sacraments, because there's like war with Hezbollah, the IDF, and then all the terrorist groups that we have in Syria. So I'm hopeful, but I have a very strong tinge of doubt that it'll happen within our lifetimes.
Thank you, Blue Catholic. So I like to appreciate 5 of you for being brutally honest about this topic, because this stream is meant to be educational for people to really see what's going on. There's dirt from both of our churches, and we're not afraid here tonight to, throw it out there. What Maronite said is absolutely correct, right? The Eastern Orthodox in Syria are communing, Oriental Orthodox, vice versa. And even in the United States, I personally know Greek clergy that communes Roman Catholics. and Oriental Orthodox, vice versa. Now, obviously, I'm the host. I have to give my opinion on the topic. I do believe that there will be ecumenistic communions from both sides joining in the future, may it be, near or far, right? Because we're not necessarily limiting this to our lifetime. But I don't think that is going to be recognized, and I think it will create certainly more schism within both faiths. With that said, we have a little bit of time for free discussion. Okay, on this topic of where our churches are going, if this is possible at all, right, and not necessarily just in our time. Hey, Veritas. These are invited guests here, so we're gonna have to work with us. And then towards the end, after we're done with the invited guests, we'll have people come in and ask questions. Okay.
I'd like to quickly add something to your position, right? I'm from Serbia, so
Eastern Orthodox.
Yeah, quick little unique position, just like the Blue Catholic over here, right? There is lots, and I'm living in Germany. We have a hyper ecumenist bishop here in Germany in the Serbian Archdiocese. So there is lots of ecumenism happening. Unfortunately, we can see that. The bad kind of ecumenism. Of course, there's the good kind of ecumenism, right? Let's not get into that. But if you go to Serbia and tell people to kiss the hand of a Catholic priest, they will probably punch you, right? Because we remember what the Catholics did to us in World War II. We, as a nation, right? The Catholic Church supported the Nazis, supported the genocide, supported the Ustaše regime heavily. We remember that they fucked us over in the Middle Ages. Remember they sacked Constantinople, our Greek brothers. We remember all of that. So if you're going to come up to some Serbian villagers and tell them, oh, well, you guys know we're going to join the papacy now, they will fucking pull out their Kalashnikovs and like straight up.
You don't have Kalashnikovs. You have Zastavas, which is our. I'm willing.
M75. Yeah,
I'm willing to debate you on this. Zastavas are garbage.
Zastavas are fucking.
I will debate you night and day on this topic. That thing should have never been created, and it's garbage. But we can debate that.
Yeah, no, I just thought I would add that because, like, yes, we see in the West a lot of ecumenist things happening, and it's mostly though for political reasons and for political pressure. Because I know, like, even though our bishop Grigori is like hyper ecumenist, I think when he actually like talks in his sermons and stuff, he does not push ecumenism so much, although he outwardly is it, and it's required for the Orthodox Church. It was required, especially in the last 50 years or so, especially under communism, to survive in the West, because Orthodox churches bought up old Catholic, old Lutheran churches that were empty. Be that ROKOR, be that Serbian church in exile, we bought up those buildings, and that would have never happened if not for the good kind of ecumenism.
Right. Yeah, I understand that. And then, specifically with Pope Francis's canonization of Loisius, that makes it even harder for, specifically people of Serbian heritage, or even people like me. My priest told me a story the other day, because he's currently in Serbia right now. He's visiting his mother, who's in her 90s. So her mother was in one of the orphanages that were killed by Ustaše soldiers, and she was hiding in the closet at the time, and she prayed to God and crossed herself that I don't want to die here. And God granted her 90 years. But it's definitely a very real and gruesome.
Yeah, we have like so many saints. Like we have saints from the camps. We've got so many saints that suffered from the Catholics as well as from Muslims. So we like know both very well. And especially like even in the 90s, right? The Ustaše, with help of the Catholic Church, did a whole ass ethnic cleansing. Operation Storm, Operation Oluja, where almost 300,000 people were forcibly displaced, and like the Catholic priests from Croatia, they would take part in that with weapons and everything.
Yeah. All right. Well, I understand it's very emotional for you to talk about, especially you are, you are Serbian heritage. So I
Yeah,
understand.
I mean, you as people don't know that. So that's why I'm like just pointing that out. Like as a reality of life on the ground, it in certain parts of the world, this idea of like we can all just be one great big thing will never be a thing for many people in the world.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So yeah, it's definitely history. That's one thing we should talk about tonight, because we have officially canonized saints who fought each other, right? My patron saint is Alexander Nevsky, and he has fought the Lithuanian Catholics, specifically the Crusader Army. And there's the case with Aloysius. All right, so I'm going to open this up for free discussion for the next 5 to 10 minutes. If we disagree on anything we've said, please be civil. Please don't debate. Have a civil discourse, okay, on what can we do to maybe potentially reconcile that, or if you disagree with something.
Yeah, I have a question for, I think Hammer, are you Latin or Eastern Catholic?
I'm a Latin Catholic, but I really, really like the Eastern Rite and Eastern expression of the faith.
Okay. What did you say about Palamas? Like, what do you view of him? I heard you say something about him.
So I personally venerate him. So actually, the counterdox, he's awesome. He made me a icon of St. Gregory Palamas, so I can put in my icon corner.
Okay.
So yeah, not this one. I have a bigger one in my bedroom.
I guess like another clarifying question is like, do you see it as a problem that he contradicts with Thomas Aquinas?
No, because we don't have a dogmatic hold on every single thing that Thomas Aquinas as a theologian wrote or said. So it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, for example, whenever they talk about, I don't know if you read some of the documents, but they name Aquinas as the doctor of the church, and everyone, should listen to not necessarily what he says, but his theology, that Palamas directly, kind of contradicts like essence energies, in our view, of course, the uncreated part without the created grace. Like, I just have a hard time understanding.
To interject, because right now we're talking about where churches are going. I mean, we got to stay on this topic.
But,
okay.
if we circle back, I'll have an answer for you.
Yeah, we will, because we're going to talk about practicality right after this.
It's a good question. It's a great.
I was just curious, man. I didn't mean to go off the topic, but
all good.
But let me ask you guys a question though. Like, what do you guys think? So I'm assuming you guys are, there's no set of a contest in here or SSPX, right?
No.
No.
Okay. Cool. Okay, what do you guys think of these people?
Set of a contest?
Oh, that's a good question.
What do you think of? Because my understanding is I've never been Catholic, right? Is that a part of the disagreement they have with you guys is some of the ecumenist stuff from the papacy, right? And what do you got? What would you as canonical Catholics say to those critiques?
I mean, I mean, if we want to talk specifically about SSPX here, I mean, this is the most recent one, right? Like, why are they excommunicated? They excommunicated themselves recently for, consecrating bishops after being told not to. Like, yes, there's also like they have concerns with Vatican II, but like as Catholics, we're bound to accept Vatican II. So whenever I spoke with them, and they'd be like, "Well, I don't agree with Lumen Gentium 15 or Nostra Aetate 1 or whatever," it's like, who are you to disagree with things that we're bound to believe?
What would you
sort
guys
of my take on it?
So would you say it's a fair statement to say the set of contests are pretty much just a harder core version of the SSPX? Is that fair to like make that distinction there?
Can I ask one question in a sec?
Yeah.
I mean, is there, guys? You're all canonical Roman Catholics, right? You all accept Vatican I and II.
Yes.
Why should I be a Roman Catholic instead of Eastern Orthodox in light of Vatican I and II?
All right, that's
Can you
a question.
repeat the question?
So the question is, why were you? I think what he's trying to say is, do you guys see that there's a disconnect or a contradiction between Vatican I and Vatican II.
No, I'm thinking like, why should I, as an Orthodox person, become Roman Catholic in light of what Vatican II especially says about the Orthodox Church? Right, we hold valid sacraments and everything. We have the way to salvation in our church. Why should I ever become Roman Catholic instead of staying Eastern Orthodox?
Well, it says that it says invisible members of the visible church, right? So like our stance would be that you're not in the fullness of truth. So like if you become convicted that the Catholic Church is the true faith and you don't convert, then you're gonna be severed.
Okay, but if I stay convicted that Orthodoxy is true, I'm chill. I'm cool.
No, not necessarily. At least according to Vatican II and Vatican I, if you read them as they were intended.
Okay. So I guess this
Wait, I can
go
take communion though at Catholic churches, right?
Yeah, and likewise, we can, in times of great urgency, we can ask an Orthodox priest to go and receive the Eucharist there.
I mean, yeah, you could do that according to the Catholic Church, but like not according to our church.
But there's still exceptions. There are, anecdotal cases
that does happen. I'm just saying there are cases.
Yeah, that does happen. That does happen. Canonically, it shouldn't, but that does happen. That's like what canonically and practice, of course. But I'm just saying, right? So I mean, it also like as far as I'm aware, our Eucharist, our baptism, everything, every sacrament in the Eastern Orthodox Church is valid according to Roman Catholic Church.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, we would say valid but illicit. Yes.
So why should I become Roman Catholic over Eastern Orthodox again?
What
am I lacking?
Let me ask my Catholic guys: is that your positions? Like, do you guys tell Orthodox people to become Roman Catholics?
I don't tell them to become Roman Catholics because that would require a lot of them to do like a canonical rite transfer. I would say they should continue in their liturgical tradition, right? Especially if you're Greek Orthodox, there are several Byzantine Catholic churches that you could potentially join. I wouldn't say you'd have to do a rite transfer. I don't know if we have any serving liturgical communities, but like I wouldn't necessarily say that. I would say they should stick to their liturgical tradition because that liturgical tradition is equally valid.
Okay. Well, and a lot of bishops would actually, if someone was coming from Orthodoxy and was like, "Hey, I'd like to, join the Catholic Church," they would be directed to join a Eastern Catholic Church to avoid that. I would say that the main thing would be that when I've had these conversations with other Orthodox, I don't generally push. I'm not proselytizing to you guys. I do think there's a distinction to be drawn between ecumenism and indifferentism, right? Like just because we want to be one, we want to fulfill Christ's will in his prayer, doesn't mean that we should dive into it. Like you guys have mentioned already, right? It should not be a political or power-driven human effort. It should be a divine and human effort, a theanthropic effort, right? Like the church is a theanthropic institution. So it can't be just, we want to do it because we want to pull you in, right? Which we've seen, and I've mentioned already pretty explicitly. And likewise, there are areas which, another thing I like besides the Eastern Rite is history. So, Nikola, I can totally relate to you about what happened with, Bosnia-Herzegovina and Yugoslavia was atrocious, right? And these are wounds that Catholic involvement in these atrocities that have not yet healed, may not heal, right? So this is something that a lot of, like you said, a lot of Latin Catholics, there's an indifference strain in modern Catholic discourse. I'll be the first to say it, and it's very frustrating to see. I wouldn't call myself a rigorist, but I think I'm more pragmatic than some Catholics I've talked to.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, if I'm understanding you guys correctly, according to you, I would not be required to become Roman Catholic for salvation.
Like ordinarily, no. Well, for like an extraordinary way, you would be like able to be saved, right? In an extraordinary form, just like you guys have the extraordinary forms of salvation. Or
what's required for salvation in your guys' belief?
All right, Nicola, that's not. I'm sorry, but that's not like related to this current topic. You can bring that up during the practicality, section, but right now we're just talking about like politics and stuff.
I have a question for Nicola, actually.
Go ahead.
If your patriarch came back into communion with Rome, and you were, and he says you're now bound to believe these documents dogmatically, what would you do?
I mean, there has been apostate patriarchs like bound countless times. As Orthodox people, we are not bound to the authority of bishops and patriarchs as hard line as Roman Catholics. As I mentioned the example of the Seventh Ecumenical Council, where it was the laity and the monks that actually made that happen, that built a whole counter movement against the heretical bishopric, right? So in light of that, as Orthodox people, we are empowered because the body of the church is made of the believers. And as Orthodox people, we are empowered to take up responsibility and to fight for the Orthodox truth as it has been preserved by the Holy Fathers. In that case, I would definitely go against that. I would not join a schismatic church. I would start going to other canonical Orthodox churches, because at that point, the patriarch would be apostate according to Orthodox canon law.
Yeah, so
now, let me just
can
I push that to the extreme and ask, what if all of the patriarchs came back into communion with Rome? What would you do?
I mean, that's hypothetical. At that point, I would have to concede, because we say Christ has promised that the gates of hell will not prevail against the church. So if that happened, then that would have been the case, right? Then the Orthodox Church could not have been the true church. If all the patriarchates and everybody in the Orthodox Church decides to join the papacy, then of course but that's a hypothetical. That's
of course. And if you're saying that you would follow, then I would agree with you.
At
that point, I would have to concede again. At that point, I would have to concede. But
let me interject here. So I want to be clear to the audience, because the audience, tonight we have Roman Catholics, we have Eastern Orthodox, we have some other stuff and there's a few people that hate me, and they're always, so basically, how the Catholic Church structure is very different than how the Orthodox Church is structured. Normatively, even if a patriarch falls into apostasy, all the bishops that disagree with them can just go to the next jurisdiction, right? The patriarchy doesn't represent the entire jurisdiction, actually, right? He has his own little jurisdiction within. For example, I mean, a patriarch is pretty much, if you have established nation, and the whole nation, has a substantial amount of people who are Orthodox, then you get a patriarch. Like, for example, in America, the Serbian church here, we don't have autocephalous, so we're directly under Patriarch Porphyriot, right? So, but for example, God forbid, if Patriarch Porphyriot fell into some sort of heresy, we'll just go appeal to royal court, and that's not a problem in our canonical structure.
Even intra-jurisdictionally, for example, there's a monastery in Germany that decided, because of the heresies of Vladika Grigorie, that they were going to be directly under the patriarch. So they skipped that. They are not under the Archdiocese of Germany, and they are directly under the patriarchate, just because of that.
That I don't know. I mean, I'm not a canonist.
I know, because I go to that monastery quite a lot, and they're not schismatics or anything. They're like super chill.
Yeah, but that's just generally how that structure will play out. But I'm going to be dead honest to both sides, right? Regarding politics, right? And we'll end the politics section on this. So I'm going to just give each side the grace that a lot of people, the average Catholic grandma, when you go into a Catholic church, she's not going to know about Eustache. She's not going to know about, Aloysius, and she's not going to know about, what the Vatican did with the ex-Nazi officers, for example, helping them escape. And if you go to Orthodox Church, the Greek Church, the Greeks who are, being extra ecumenical at times, they also don't know what for example, what the Serbians suffered, right? So there nuance. I definitely think there are nuances in those topics, but I do believe those are contentions that pretty much at the current time is, makes it unable to be solved. And to end on this topic, we have already the biggest problem I see with where the church is going is that we have already canonized saints that have fought each other, that have perhaps killed each other, right? For example, the most without killing, it would be an iconic Orthodox saint would be Saint Mark of Ephesus, who led the resistance to the decision of Florence. We have my patron Saint Alexander Nevsky that fought the Roman Catholics, and we have Aloysius, right? So those are pretty much things that we're not going to solve tonight. Our churches will not solve tomorrow, and I just believe that the audience should keep in mind when you take into consideration, because again, this stream is obviously we're all brutally honest here, and we want this to be of educational value. So we'll end this section here, and we'll go into the last spicy section of this talk here. Practicality. Okay. So hypothetical. If all of us come back in communion, if God allows it, this moment, can we reconcile our teachings? Okay. And do we really different that much in our practice of our faith that we cannot be reconciled? Who wants to start this one? So we're talking about if we are together, if we for somehow profess the same faith, is our practicality of the faith, right? For example, monasticism, prayer, maybe a little bit, talk about a little bit of your understanding of theosis or sanctification, however your communions wants to call it. Is that going to be in big conflict or no? Who wants to start this?
I mean, I can kind of ask a question, but like, don't we see some of that in Eastern Catholic rites? I mean, Blue Catholic, can you speak on that?
Yeah, I've never been to Eastern Catholic Church. I wouldn't know, but yeah, Blue Catholic, tell us about it.
So like whenever people say, oh yeah, whenever we as Eastern Catholics would, are like told, okay, yeah, it's just the same faith, different expressions. And like this is just from like what I've been talking from with the Maronite clergy in the United States. Like we're starting to question whether in the Maronite teaching, if it actually is the same theology and ecclesiology that the Latins prescribe, right? The Latins say that the ordinary minister for confirmation is the bishop, but we still do it's the priest.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
things like
entirely too
like someone earlier mentioned like essence and energies. Like, is that being taught in Eastern Catholic churches?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
Palimism is taught. Hesychasm is practiced. The only distinction that needs to be drawn when these, I'm just going to use the term uniate, right? It's a historical term. It's used on the Latin side as well in historical writings. When the uniate churches reunite, they accept and assent to the teachings of the Vatican up to Vatican II, right? But they practice still the same. But again, like I said, over the course of time, Latinized practices have bled in. So will I say that to answer the original question? Yes, the Latin church has already started to do some of this, right? They've already started to integrate some of this. Now, whether there's actual equality, as I mentioned earlier, that's a whole different issue. And I know Nicola had mentioned on the side chat that they a lot of times the uniates are treated like second-class citizens because effectively they are. So I mean that's one thing I've noticed. Going to Eastern Catholic churches, because there's a plethora of them in the Diocese of Los Angeles. So,
Blue Catholic, do you guys say the creed with or without the filioque? Because as far as I know, it's without, right?
In the Eastern churches, they do say it without the filioque. Yeah. So
I think he
in light
asked
of all
me.
that,
The Maronite Church does say it with the filioque.
Okay, let me ask all.
Byzantine does not. They don't
want
say
to ask all
but they
Catholics
believe
here.
it.
If, for example, if Pope Leo comes out tomorrow and says we're dropping filioque, would you guys have problems with that?
no.
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 Okay, that's fair. Okay, and
Do we?
anybody else?
Is it like?
Be-
Is everyone here aware of the Catholic Church's teaching on that and what we mean? Like, have you guys read Council of Florence on that?
Yeah, we know what
Okay.
it means. We
Okay.
know about the actual procession. You know, it's and please, people, before you go, debate filioque as a convert, understand what it's talking about. It's not just saying through the Son, right? Because you see this everywhere. It's talking about the Father and Son together being one. Being one cause that caused the spirits, versus in the sense in the Orthodox belief, we believe the Father is the sole cause that sends the Spirit through the Son. And
right, and that's one thing that I think gets caught up too, is even Aquinas said that, right, the Spirit proceeds immediately from the Father and immediately through the Son, so he's not causal in the sense that he's not the prime cause of the Holy Spirit's spiration. But of course, that's, like I said, not everything that Thomas Aquinas said is dogmatic.
Mm-hmm.
But I do agree with that, and I've talked to one of the Orthodox priests that I've mentioned, and he's like, yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound like crazy, right? But I do agree, like, from the Cappadocian perspective, right, it does flatten the Trinity out a little bit, which is it's a fair gripe.
Okay, so with that said, anybody have anything they want to discuss on?
Yeah, I wanted to. Yeah, it was about someone brought up the essence energies. It was about something I was asking Hammer Heretics earlier. Can I go ahead and go on with what I was asking, Counterdox, or no?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess, like, if you know that the filioque and the doctrine of the essence energies are a complete, a creedal doctrinal thing, not just about theology alone. I guess, like, the thing I just don't understand is, like, as a Latin, like, are you aware that Palamas calls you guys, like, of Satan?
Yeah, sure. I mean, and the reality is that saints on both sides of the house err in their personal theologies. They say things that they shouldn't. I mean, Thomas Aquinas himself, a doctor of the church, has made what would be considered theological error now. So, I mean, that's, I mean, look at Thomas or St. Augustine as well, who was also a doctor.
what's your standard for assessing that error? Just for clearance.
Wait, what was that?
Just for clarity, what's your standard for assessing the error of these saints?
So it's based on when you look at what the church teaches, right? Like with Augustine, right? We don't believe in viper in the diaper theology on either side, whether we're Orthodox or Catholic, right? And he did teach that, for instance, right?
Yes, but when you say what the church teaches, do you appeal to ecumenical councils or papal infallible statements?
Ecumenical councils and statements of the Pope, which they don't disagree with one another from our perspective.
So what happens when they do disagree, though?
Well, that's a theoretical, hypothetical situation.
Bro,
so
hold on, Nikila, hold on, because I'm trying to get this. I get what you're saying, but because you said it was, but you said it's when they have a saint, but Palamas isn't even a saint in your church.
He is. He actually is a saint.
He's venerated by the Eastern Catholics.
Yeah,
Biscaths say he's a saint.
I know, I'm aware, but as a Latin, they have a distinction of sainthood.
Yeah, so they would consider him more as like a local cultus. He's not like part of the universal martyrology of the Latin Catholic Church, because the reality is that even in this unity, and that's another thing that hasn't been brought up yet, is that really the Catholic Church is a amalgamation of 23 distinct churches, right? It's different churches, right? Sui juris, self-governing churches that come back. So they did, when they reunited, they each brought their own the Eastern equivalent of a martyrology, which I know there's a term for it in Greek, but I don't have it off the top of my head right now. But when they come back, they do bring them. They negotiated for this, right? Because it did become a negotiating thing. It's like, hey, can we bring this saint? Can we do this? And even during Great Lent, they still have the Sunday of St. Gregory Palamas, right? So
Right.
that's still part of it. And
Well-
like I said, hesychasm and palimism is actively practiced in Ruthenian
Right.
and Melkite churches.
I guess what I'm asking, I'm not really asking. I know you guys believe that, but I'm saying, how would that not be a contradicting, knowing that theology is creedal and not just eternal procession, like say the Filioque way, or a paradigm of theology? If those things were denounced and called heresies, before the ecumenist type of ideology.
So if we're talking strictly about palimism has never been declared a heresy, right, by the Catholic Church. So it's not heretical to practice it. So if we're just talking strictly about palimism, right, or hesychasm.
Well, I'm talking
been
about
made
the idea of the Eastern theology as a whole. Like, are you aware what happened at the Council of Florence with Mark?
Yes, I'm aware of Mark of Ephesus, and he's also considered a saint in these churches.
Eastern, right? So I'm saying,
Yeah.
I know you guys believe these things. I'm saying, why does that not contradict?
Because again, it's a local cultus rather than a universal
And
saint.
wait, what does that
right?
mean, real quick? I keep hearing. You say
So, for instance, there are some saints that are practiced or celebrated on a local level that's not
Okay.
practiced in all of the 23 different churches in the Catholic Church, right? That's there's a universality to it, but not every saint is venerated universally, right? Like Saint Alexander Pettisvet, right? Like in the more Russian leaning churches, like the Ukrainian church, he is venerated, but he's not venerated universally, right? Like Augustine is a universal saint, right? Like he's venerated on both sides.
Hammer,
to give you an example.
Let me try to clarify this for everybody listening. Would you say that, like, it's more similar to like a private type of veneration?
That's correct. Yeah. So that's what I mean by a local cult, right? Like a small group somewhere locally that would be celebrating someone as a saint, but it wouldn't be a universally celebrated saint. Like Saint Valentine, right? Used to be on the universal martyrology on the calendar for our liturgical calendar. He's been removed, but he's still a saint and he's still practiced, right? He's still venerated. You can venerate him. You can ask for his intercession. Did that kind of clear it up? Am I getting to your
I'm
question?
confused on what does make a saint then in the Catholic Church.
So
is it just people venerating the saint?
It's part of that is veneration. Part of it is the investigation that the church does, right? With like Saint Carlos Acutis, who was recently beatified by the church. They want to make sure that like when they intercede for them, they're actually there are miracles attributable and verifiable, that sort of thing. If we're talking like saints, before like for instance, like Emperor Saint Constantine the Great, right? He was an informal canonization, right? There was no formal canonization process for him. There are a lot of saints that were informally canonized like that. Who else? Like saints,
do saints not have to adhere to the teaching of and dogma of the Catholic Church to be saints?
So let me try to end this for you guys, right? So the question for the Catholic friends here is that does the Catholic Church allow this sort of nuance? Is it acceptable in the Catholic Church that this sort of nuance with private veneration of people like Palamas and maybe Marco?
Private veneration is acceptable.
Yeah, you can privately venerate like your relatives if you have a reasonable belief that they're in heaven. You can pray, ask for their intercession. I mean, that's not like, I don't know if that's the case on
they just draw a line. They draw a line at public veneration. So like you can't have a liturgy that includes someone who wasn't canonized.
So the Catholics, they publicly do celebrate, for example, Gregory Palamas, who is not formally canonized by the Roman Catholic Church. So that just contradicts what you just said.
No, because it's not. Again, these are different churches. Suiurus church is. So in that church, they do venerate the Palamas, right? And that's acceptable. But in the Latin Rite Church, he would not be venerated. So that's why it's a private
but then you're saying it's not the same church. Then you're saying you don't believe in one holy apostolic
I just said
Catholic
that
church.
It is one church with multiple churches united to it. So
that believe different things.
I think here's the thing. Here we're here tonight to represent our positions faithfully, and I think the Catholics done that. And I think the Orthodox done that.
Yeah.
So regarding that topic, what I believe that the Catholic friends are saying is that their churches allows, in specific cases such as uniates, right, to carry their own traditional baggage in a way.
And universal, not uniform, right? I mean, that's it's like oikonomia and akriva, right? There's strictness and there's economy with these things, and that's part of that unification process. Likewise, the different Orthodox churches, it's still one church, despite the fact that they're disparate and there's different cultural practices. That doesn't take away from the oneness from the Catholic or Orthodox perspective. I think that's one thing I should
I think we're the
emphasize.
dog meat.
Sure,
Wait,
sure.
Counterdocs,
So-
real quick. How many more topics are there? Because I gotta go pretty soon.
We don't have much more. So yeah, that's fine. The top again, this is an educational video, more of an educational video. We have the positions here. We'll have the audience listen to it and go from there, right? Because we can't make people believe what we want to believe. We can represent our positions faithfully. So I want to talk about prayer because it's very important to Christian life. I think a lot of people have questions on this. So Rosary versus Jesus prayer. What are your thoughts on it, guys?
I think both are acceptable.
They're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. Like I'm Latin, right? I can go get a prayer rope if I want. It's totally acceptable.
Mm-hmm. So, me personally, the host here, I pray the version of the Rosary that was composed by Saint Seraphim of Sirach, which is pretty much just a repetition of Hail Marys, right? But the issue is going to arise, specifically we're talking about practicality, right? Is it practical for somebody who prays the Rosary in the way that the Roman Catholics does? For example, the imagination, the part of about the imagination, which is not allowed in Orthodox hesychasm and Orthodox spirituality. And I know the Latin Catholics, they accept. Again, I'm assuming you guys accept hesychasm. Okay, do we see conflicts there, guys?
So what I'll just say this is that I do totally understand the worry about prelest and logismoi, right? Like spiritual delusion and evil thoughts. We have a contemplative leaning practice that's somewhat similar to hesychasm called the the Exercises of Saint Ignatius of Loyola, who was a mystic on the Catholic side. He's a counter-Reformation saint, and likewise with hesychasm, it should be practiced with a spiritual director. You shouldn't be doing it alone because you could easily fall into that. Likewise with rosaries, praying the Rosary, it should not be. You can do it alone, but like there's a certain point where you need to be discerning and make sure that you're not going to fall into some crazy stuff, right? I think that's part of any sort of meditative or contemplative prayer, but that's just my perspective.
Can I have an Eastern Orthodox here respond to that? Just a response, not a question.
We can see that this idea of allowing images leads to some pretty crazy and wacky stuff. I mean, there's canonized Catholic saints having these visions of like Jesus naked and like the holy foreskin and whatever things. I'm not, my memory isn't really fresh on that stuff. I read about that a couple of years back. But in light of that, in contrast to the Orthodox type of prayer, which is like the hesychastic type of prayer, I mean, I'm way too inexperienced in prayer to actually talk about deep hesychasms. I would never allow myself to give any sort of dogmatic perspective on that, because I think you need to be like very deep in a spiritual life for that, and I'm not that deep in it, unfortunately. But I think there's conflict there, because no images versus images. And if we see, I mean, just for myself, if I see images produce such insane things, I mean, to me, insane things such as like Jesus' holy foreskin being kissed in visions by female Catholic canonized saints, that kind of eliminates that as a healthy option for me, in my personal opinion. That's super subjective, though, of course.
I want a Catholic to respond to that. Go ahead, Maronite.
So am I responding to the original question or what?
Or whatever
Nicholas said. So I'm a prayer rope guy. I do the Jesus prayer. I tried, I've tried having, like a devotion to the rosary, but I've just never, I was never able to like keep it up past, maybe a week every time that I've tried, because for me, it just doesn't make sense with the theology, Christology, and ecclesiology that we teach here in the Maronite Church. The prayer rope and the Jesus prayer just seems, it just makes more sense coming from, coming from the Syriac fathers, or especially from the heart of the Holy Spirit. Yeah, for me, I greatly respect those Latin brothers that have an affinity for that devotion to the Blessed Mother through the Rosary. But me, I can never.
Understand. Okay.
I don't think I could ever get behind it.
Lastly, we have to talk about this a little bit, is statues and icons.
Just one quick correction before we go on. It wasn't a female saint that kissed the foreskin. It was Saint Catherine of Siena, and she had visions repeatedly where Christ was marrying her as her bride, and he gave his holy foreskin to her as a wedding ring. That was it. Sorry, I misrepresented before.
And I did want to take a chance to respond to that, because I will say that there are many mystics on both sides that have had visions or said things that are kind of off the wall. That's kind of goes along with being a mystic. Those visions, those ecstasies and experiences are not dogmatic. They're private. So that even though they share it and they write it in their writings, that's not part of their canonization process. For instance, you have, Saint Simeon, the new theologian, who said that Christ was, in his penis, right? Does that mean that Orthodox theology is therefore to be thrown out because of one saint saying something like that? No.
I don't think there's an issue with that statement, because Christ is everywhere and even there. So that's context-based. But saying that Christ is giving me his foreskin as a wedding ring and I'm his eternal bride, that's a little bit different, in my opinion. But I think we can leave it at that and move on to the next question. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Again, we'll have the audience decide on. So icons and statues, right? Catholics, question for you guys. When you guys venerate a statue or an icon, right? Mostly statue in my understanding. Or some Catholics, I don't see, they actually don't venerate anything, right? What do you believe is happening at that moment when you venerate the statue?
Most of the time, whenever and this is purely what I'm doing whenever I'm venerating an icon. Because yes, like whenever I'm venerating an icon or a statue, I'm asking for if it's a saint, I'm asking for the intercession of that saint, right? And that's primarily what I'm doing. I'm asking for their intercession for whatever is on my mind at the time. If that makes sense.
Sure. And I want my Latin friends one of you guys to share, because I know he's Eastern technically, so I do want to hear from the Latin perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's, statue or icon, it's sort of the same thing, where it's like a window to heaven, right? So when we're venerating, we're venerating the person that it represents, and asking for their intercession. For me, it doesn't make a difference, right? I have icons here next to me, but there's statues within my church as well.
Right. And I would say that, in terms of iconography, we ourselves are iconography, right? The Bible itself is an icon. So statuary being iconography is not, that crazy. Even in Eusebius's church histories, right? He wrote about, statuary where Jesus had healed the hemorrhagic woman. That's not a problem. And so for me, like veneration, whether it be before a statue or kissing an icon, it's still an intimate spiritual experience with those that are part of the cloud of witnesses, right? We are part of the one body, the one loaf, right? And so that's that barrier is being part of the one body of Christ, is that we can talk and commune and share in this love that we've been given. So
all right, Eastern Orthodox, real quick, because we do got to wrap this up, the formal section. Do we disagree with that or no?
As far as my catechism goes, icons are more than just a representation of the person being venerated. They also always include theological truths and are a way to teach theology, which is something that you can't really do that well with statues. For example, if you look at if you analyze icons and iconography, there's literally meaning in everything, from the colors of the garments of the people depicted to the color of the sky. Like, everything has very deep, very theological meaning. So it's also always a theological tool that is also used for veneration, in contrast to just being an object of veneration. And I think there's a contrast there. I don't think the way that you guys just explained it, I don't think there's an issue with that, respectfully. But I think it's just lacking in depth.
Yeah, even things like the thickness of Christ's neck. Like, his neck is always thicker than the apostles, to signify that he's divine.
Yeah, so everybody here agrees that paintings are better than sculptures, right?
Yes.
Correct.
All right. So before we call,
there's a lot.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Work that comes into making those. A lot of prayer that comes into making those.
But anyways, what I was saying was, with statues, I think the thing is that, like Nicolas said, everything's there for a purpose. You know, the way that Christ is a certain way. You know, I think that there's a liturgical reason on why icons are there, because the iconography on the scripture. I mean, for example, this icon, it's very straightforward. It's there for a reason. So for a statue, it's something in the Orthodox Church. I don't think how they describe it, something wrong, but consistently over time, again, it's just something we call prelest.
All right, cool. All right, so that we're gonna try to start to wrap up the formal section of the night before we allow call-ins. So we're gonna go around one last time because IT has to go. He's on the East Coast. It's already 11 o'clock for him. All right, 11:30 almost. So
I have to go too. It's 5:20 a.m.
Oh damn.
Good morning, guys.
All right, so let's do this. We're gonna go around. Okay. The last question I want you all to answer is this reunification, if you want to call it that, possible before the end of all times? And why? Give a realistic answer and supporting, and make it doesn't have to be long. So, Catholic Defender, you're up.
Sure. I mean, there's disagreements on certain things like filioque, leaven, stuff like that. But I think the biggest thing is the papacy, right? Papal supremacy. So I think it's always come down to authority. I think that's really what caused the schism to begin with. So I think that's where this whole thing will end. But yes, I do think it's possible to reunite in that sense, because those other things are just people are going to hate me for saying this, but I think that they're just minor to authority. We have leaven in our Eastern churches, right? We don't have leaven in our Western churches. The filioque, when we talk about Florence, like I'm pretty sure that all but one bishop had agreed on it at that point. Like when it came to the way that it was discussed then. So as I said, I think it all comes down to authority. Okay,
thank you, Hammer Heretics.
So like I mentioned early on, I think it is possible. I mean, I'll pull from a biblical example, right? With the first century Jews, right? The Sanhedrin was comprised of the Sadducees and the Pharisees, who had extreme theological differences with the way that they viewed the canon, the way that they viewed the eschaton, all these different things, and yet they were still able to be unified because it was God's will for them to even be together. That's why I'm saying that ultimately this hinges on God and whether or not he does will for that unity to be in that way, because the reality is on both sides, we know that there can be one church, one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. So there's a mutual exclusivity to that. Whether or not we'll find out, I think that will be at the end, the eschaton itself. But Yeah, I'm hoping it's happening. I don't know if it'll be in my lifetime, but it's going to be in God's timing.
Thank you, Nicola.
So again, nominally, yes. In essence, no. Meaning that there will definitely have the one world religion that will happen will include that. I mean, before the end times, right before the end times, will include a nominal joining of the churches, but an essential joining of the churches where like the actual dogmatic differences are worked out and where one position is accepted as the absolute truth or some compromise is made in the middle that both parties accept. That won't happen. It will be something akin to the Biscaths, where there's like a bunch of theological contradictions that these smaller churches within the papacy hold to. So again, for me, that's not a true unity. That is nominal unity. It's just like nominal love without real truth to back it up and without any sort of deeper dogmatic epistemology for the existence of said unity.
Okay.
So I think yes, in a worldly sense, yes. In a true and theological and spiritual sense, no.
Blue Catholic.
I'm hopeful that it'll happen for the yeah. Excuse me, I got something caught in my throat, but I'm hopeful that it'll happen within my lifetime. I don't think it'll be happening for my lifetime. I'm hopeful that it'll happen before the end times. Am I very skeptical about it? Yes, I am. But the Lord's, not our will, but His will be done. Let the Lord's will be done. If it is the Lord's will that we will be united, then we'll be united by the grace of God.
Thank you. IT, and then you're free to go.
Yeah, I think again, it comes down to because Christ is eternal and so is His church. Even there's a physical church on earth. As an Orthodox, I'm obviously going to reject the idea that we're going to reconnect on an ecumenical basis. And just to use my examples like Florence or the Acacian Schism, obviously the motivations are not one church. So I cannot agree with one church's decision that is not communion with Jerusalem. So no, I don't.
All right. Thank you guys for your answers. So again, before IT leaves, I want to tell all my guests that this footage, everything that you're involved with on my channel is free to take. I will not copyright any of these things. All right. And also, again, this is meant to be educational, right? We want people, especially new converts, to listen to this and hear, what is it like to think of each other in practice, right? And we're all laymen, right? None of us are theologians or anything. Some of us here would consider ourselves apologists. Some, just laymen with very rigorous mindsets. But I appreciate all of you for your contributions tonight, and I hope that this will be helpful to people who are inquiring into both faiths to see, what it really is like. And thanks, IT, for coming. And Blue Calf, I know it's very late. You guys feel free to go, but I would like one of the Catholics to stay here with me to answer questions from whoever will call in a second. But before we do that, I have to say that unfortunately, the ordinary Kalashnikov design is certainly better than the Serbian Zastava. And the chat has made that very clear. Your gun is a disgrace to the legacy of Kalashnikov. It is ridiculously heavy and impossible to find replacement parts. So yes, the ordinary Kalashnikov is a better gun. I'm sorry. You can debate me later, but that is
it's fine, bro. It's fine. No, I actually thanks for having me on, guys. Forgive me, please, if I was like too confrontative. I've got that personality trait. I'm working on that. Thank you for enduring me and my inner movements. Thanks for having me. Enjoy your day. I don't know what time it is where y'all at, so either have a great liturgy today or tomorrow. God bless you all. Keep me in your prayers. Good night.
God bless you, man. Thank you.
God bless you,
God bless,
brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'm gonna head out also, but I mean, I might join back because I do have to do some things. I might join back a little later, but appreciate for having me on.
All right, man. Take care.
Take care, brother. God
All right.
bless.
And Blue Calf, if you have to go, that's totally understandable. We're only going to stay.
I'll be here. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll be here until we cut off.
Cool. So I'm going to open it up for call-ins. only one guest at a time, and you get to talk to any one of us. I'm the only Eastern Orthodox left. You get to talk to any of us for around 3 to 5 minutes, uninterrupted, right? And when you come in here, state your position and who you like to talk to, and you have free engagement. And there it is. Here's the StreamYard, and we'll give it a few seconds. And
Hey, Counterdocs.
what's up, dude?
I used to have a Mosin Nagant M44 carbine.
Damn. Dude, those are like a one that will shoot nowadays is like $700. It's crazy.
I got mine for $90 at Big Five, dude.
What year was that?
What? Oh, this was back when I was like, it must have been like 2011. I was like just coming out of high school, so I'm dating myself.
Yeah, so no, I got out of high school 2018, and that was already messed up.
Yeah. They're harder to find, but they used to be so cheap, so darn cheap.
Okay. All right, we got 2 guys in the chat. So, Orthoseal, I assume that you are Orthodox, right?
Yes.
All right, please keep it questions only. And
Okay.
who would you
Is
like to talk to?
Is this just? I don't know. I guess anyone. But is this to answer like the question of the title, or is this just to kind of ask a question?
Ask a question. You can ask a question.
Okay. Bro, it's very late here, so my mind is kind of cooked. Is that someone else waiting, or is it just me?
No, there's someone else waiting, but I'll give you a few minutes to ask our guest.
Oh, you could maybe get them first, and then I can because I need to gather everything.
All right, cool. Get off the stage. All right, cool. So we'll have Daniel come. What up, Daniel?
Hey, how's it going? Glory to Jesus Christ.
Glory to him forever. Dude, good to see you, brother. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here. I was listening to the conversation. It was really cool. I really enjoyed this. And plus, I've been to a Western Rite recently. So the question I had for really either one of you guys is, for energy essence distinction, do you hold to like a formal or a real distinction? I'm an Eastern Orthodox myself. I just want to ask the question.
I would say, what do you mean, formal or real? I mean, we don't really use that language. It is a real distinction, I would say.
Yeah, I know. Like that's like the classic answer would just be like, well, it's a real distinction. But like, formal means, from my reading of it, and I'm trying to understand the Western Aristotelian terminology more, because St. Maximus the Confessor did a little bit with that, because he talked about Gnostic, gnomic will and all that. So a formal distinction means that they can't they can't exist without the other. So it seems to me that in beinghood itself, you need both essence and energy, and you can't have one without the other. So that's a formal distinction, right?
Yes, you could say that.
I was gonna say, because from the Catholic side, at least from my perspective, I do think that there was a problem with applying Aristotelian reading to Palamas's writing, which created a lot of confusion because he doesn't mean his terms in a scholastic sense. Even reading the triads, he's even said, like, in a palamistic sense, the energeia inhere in the ousia, right? So they are not like real in a scholastic sense, like as separate, in a sense, uncreated entities, right? Which is how a lot of people have mischaracterized the essence energy distinction on the Western side. So that's my 2 bits on that.
Okay. Any more questions, Daniel?
The other one, I guess, would just be about the Western Rite, I guess. So I went to a Western Rite, and it was St. Gregory's Mass. Is that like fairly similar to what the Latins do? Because I didn't know how similar that was.
It's pretty much just the Tridentine Mass in English.
Exactly that. With and the only thing they add is the prayer, a couple of the prayers from St. John Chrysostom's liturgy, and they remove the filioque from the creed.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was shorter, I preferred the Eastern Rite way better, but it was really cool just to experience it,
Yeah, I go to Western Rite on Ash Wednesday nights all the time. So it's pretty cool to see it, but it's not personally. I would say it's not my case because I was catechized in the Eastern Rites. I don't really relate to it. I do have a problem with them using organs. I don't think that should be done in that context. But otherwise, the bishop says it's orthodox. It's orthodox.
Well, and we talked about this when I had you on my show, Counterdocs, but I did a little more research. The reason why the Western Church used organs as opposed to the Eastern Church is because one was gifted to Charlemagne. Or Pippin. It was Pippin.
Charlemagne.
Until he started using it in the rite. Even though, like I said, historically organs were used in the circuses for the games, and they were considered like a kind of a crude thing, but of high technology because organs, they take a lot of effort to make them work and build them.
Yeah. There's it is the case. I mean, in both faith we see this actually. Like, I mean, we don't obviously use organ, but like you see the Russian churches, they started weeding out chanting and replacing it with like polyharmony from the West, and that's also due to imperial preference, right? Royal preference, and that was a part of what actually during the Niconian reform that sparked schism with the old believers, right? It happens. You have anything else, Daniel, before I let Orso Seal have the field?
That's all I got. But yeah, thank you so much. I really enjoyed this.
Great to see you. Have a great night.
You too.
All right, take care. All right, Ortho Seal, are you ready?
Kind of. I'm still. I have it's very difficult to manage my thoughts, but I think so. It's just something. One of the things I was going to say. I also have an opinion about the title, but I don't know if that's for this. It's mainly for asking questions, like about Orthodox and Catholic reunation. But I guess okay. I'm trying to speedrun gathering my thoughts. So like in ecumenical councils, I believe for an ecumenical council to be valid, it must not contradict previous ecumenical councils. And one of my biggest issues with the Catholic Church is that many of the councils do contradict previous councils, and it's not just about saints of quotes of saints, but stuff like for example, I believe Council of Florence says that essentially everyone outside the Catholic Church goes to hell, and it seems very. I mean, reading it really seems like there's no exceptions to this rule, and there are many other quotes that this whole idea of maybe they can be in the church. This is not actually this is not really seen. I've so far not seen a quote in a council after the Great Schism, but before Vatican II, that says maybe man they can go to heaven. It really just seems like you're cooked if you're not Catholic, and maybe like some kind of, if you have no clue about Catholicism, maybe you can, but and then Vatican II, if some people say it's not as like a communist, but it at least says that like some people may go to heaven, but that's like the least worrying thing. And then if it's like as bad as some people say, it's like, yeah, Hinduism can lead to heaven, which I don't think it says, but it says at least like non-Catholics may be able to go to heaven or can, which I think contradicts previous councils.
Okay, any Catholics want to answer that question?
If that didn't make sense, I have some disorders, so it sometimes my speech doesn't make sense. I hope that makes sense.
So, like, were these differences that you were talking about differences in pastoral disciplines, or like, are you seeing like differences in, or are you seeing like differences in
what he's trying to
theology?
say.
Do you consider ecumenical
Ortho Seal.
councils to be infallible?
Well, that's an interesting question right there, because we do have people on Catholic side like Voice of Reason who says ecumenical council's error, because he does believe, there's some apologists on the Catholic side that would say actually the ecumenical council, specifically Ephesus, contradicted.
Well,
Made an error.
any so-called Catholic saint. I mean, I don't personally believe they are, but any person venerated in the Catholicism before Vatican II would say the opposite. And I don't know. This seems like a very modernist view, and I understand. You can say actually everyone was wrong, but no one held to this view before Vatican II. That you know what I mean. I don't know. You can say that, but it's a really new view, and I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
So is your question about changes, about differences between the councils, or just about the Second Vatican Council?
I believe that
Because
when I read the Orthodox councils, none of them some of them, if you're not that educated, may seem to. Some Orientals may say, Ephesus is contradictory. And then I've heard some Church of these people say that Ephesus was a Jewish council. And then there's people in Orientals who say Chalcedon. But if you actually read it for what it is, it doesn't seem to contradict. And then some other ones like post-schism councils, I believe over two, they don't contradict previous councils. But I guess there are other things, but I have a really big difficulty managing my thoughts, so I wouldn't be able to cover. But this is one thing I can kind of remember. I wrote this down in the 5 minutes. Is simply the before the Vatican II, the Catholic Church really did seem to say all people outside the Catholic Church go to hell. Maybe there was an exception to some Ugo Bugo tribes person in the middle of a forest who doesn't know anything about Catholicism. But I don't know. All the writings I see, it's I don't know. It's Council of Florence. It's if you're not Catholic, you're cooked. That's what it seems. And then Vatican II is hey man, you can be Hindu, man, and it's all right, man. It's all right. You can be Hindu, and the people like Mother Teresa seem to kind of prove this claim that this is Mother Teresa was this you can be Hindu, man, and you'll be saved. It's okay.
Well,
I guess saints are not infallible, but
yeah,
I don't know.
I think that's kind of a straw man of what Vatican II is.
It counts, yes, but at least that might know. Even if it's not saying, I personally don't think Vatican II said Hindus can follow God, but it does at least say that there is a chance for salvation, which contradicts previous councils. The Orthodox position has always been the Orthodox Church is the only normative way to salvation, but God can save whoever He wants to. This hasn't really changed, but the Catholic position post schism has always been non only Catholics can go to heaven, and then it changed during Vatican II. Even though I don't think it was as big as a lot of people say, it was a change in doctrine, which to me it doesn't. I don't believe in I don't think, and even there are popes who say that some things. Sorry, my thoughts are cooked.
So let me try to.
I'm ready to respond.
Hey, Ortho Seal. So let's give him a chance to respond. So CD, go ahead and respond to whatever he said.
Yeah, we still hold to no salvation outside of the church, right? That didn't change. It was just a development of doctrine on what that means.
Yes, I understand, but it seems to me, and what I've read into it, that it was a. What do you mean by developing a doctrine? Because this seems more like a change in doctrine. Because before Vatican II, it was if you're not Catholic, you're going to hell. It doesn't say you probably will. It's actually you will go to eternal fire. And then Vatican II is
it's like how Hammer described it earlier about ordinary means of salvation, extraordinary means of salvation.
Yeah, but this idea didn't really exist. This idea didn't really exist, and now that this whole idea, for example, the Orthodox. Now that the Catholics recognize our sacraments and what you need to be saved, well, you need in Catholicism, you need confession and the sacraments. But I don't know about this one, but I assume this also wasn't taught by people who believed we were going to hell.
Ortho Seal. Let me summarize what Orthoseal is going to say. I appreciate you, bro. I'm not trying to be mean, but we got to move on. All right. I'll make sure your point is made here. So I think what Orthoseal is saying is that I think he understands that the Catholics accept the idea of doctrinal development. However, what would you guys do if this quote doctrinal development ends up contradicting itself?
Yes.
So I would ask, are we talking about pastoral doctrine, or are we talking about theological doctrine? Because pastoral
Dogmatic,
doctrine,
anything that is, I think he's saying anything that is dogmatic.
Oh, that's different.
okay, so anything, so it can't. Anything that's dogmatic can't contradict another dogma. The Holy Spirit will prevent that from happening. So that's a straw man. It's like, okay,
So the ecumenical
then
councils
what
aren't
if this
dogmatic.
happened?
To augment on this, we all on Eastern Orthodox and Catholic sides, we both agree that not every canon of every council is dogmatic. There's of course going to be flowery language that's involved, and then also there's a matter of jurisdictional language, right? So the church has temporal jurisdiction to say, like, if you're excommunicated, right, you've been anathematized, they can, they'll in the bell booking candle, right, they'll mention like, oh, you're going to hell. But the reality is that the church does not have the jurisdiction to say you are going to hell, right? That's ultimately God's judgment, right? We're not on the bema when we do that. Like the Orthodox Church, when they excommunicate people, is not making a judgment on their eternal salvation, because that's outside of the realm of the church. Remember, it's a multi-dimensional thing. It's a theanthropic thing. But it's not for the church to say you are going to hell. It's God's decision and judgment for that, right? Which is why we ultimately don't know, which is why we're able to say like there's invincible ignorance, right? Because we don't know the fate of everyone. We can say positively for the saints because we've been shown miracles and, have evidence that we study, over the course of time and through what they've done. But the church is not dogmatically defined who's in hell, right? I don't think the Orthodox Church has said, oh, Judas is definitely in hell, right? We can extrapolate, but there's no dogmatic definition for who is in hell. And even though this statement was in Florence, that's not a dogmatic statement that every Orthodox is going to hell or has been in hell, right? So that's just where I'm seeing this.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Orthoseal. Call back another time. Okay, anybody else wants to call in before, I'm going to start answering some questions. Let me just repost a link one more time, and then I got to let my guest go. So, question: Ask Orthodox allow divorce and marry up to? I don't think anybody in the history has gone anywhere near that. So it's not 4 times, actually 3 times. It is in the case of extreme, like, no. By the way, no one has done that. Just letting you guys know, no one has done it in the history of the church. The reason why it's allowed 3 times, I don't know why 3 times specifically. It's tolerated in certain cases. Divorce is tolerated in certain cases because, for example, abuse, right? If the man is abusing the woman, and just like it's also tolerated in the Catholic Church, men's abusive to the woman, beating her, abusing her, then, the man has violated his vow to the sacred sacrament of marriage, because you are to tolerate your wife, love your wife like how you would, how Christ loved his church. So the man has violated that, and he has shown that he is not repentant, right? He's not going to honor the sacred relationship of marriage, so he needs to be dealt with. So that is a case. And also in cases of adultery, right? I actually know somebody, it's a friend of mine. This is a terrible, terrible, terrible situation. His priest told him not to, but he was engaged with a girl when he was an inquirer. And the priest told him to call off the wedding until 1, you're baptized, 2, she's baptized, or at least show interest in Orthodoxy. This woman shows zero interest in Orthodoxy, and he ignored his priest's advice. And did a wedding ceremony as a catechumen, not in the church, but in his own way, because it was planned. He was too lazy to cancel it. What ended up happening is, which is disgusting, right? 6 months later, after the marriage, when a month after he baptized Orthodox Christian, he caught his wife cheating on him naked in his truck, that the same truck that he provides for his family. So, now she is Orthodox. Glory to the Lord, she has repented. But it is a nasty situation, right? So in that case, if somebody commits adultery, right, and they're not repentant, it's just like Judah. Judah committed adultery against Christ. He has chosen the path of damnation. So that's another case that both churches will allow divorce in a way. Remarriage is also almost impossible to be granted. I think it will be easier if the spouse dies in the Catholic Church to grant a remarriage. And the Orthodox Church is that you have one spouse. Once your spouse passes away, or if you're divorced, well, it's different. Once your spouse passes away, we believe that relationship continues, right? But not in the, obviously not in the earthly way, but in a more fulfilling way. You are to be faithful to your wife, to pray for her, and to be celibate. That's our stance. It's almost, again, impossible to grant remarriage after death of the spouse. And in the case of adultery and divorce, it is, if they ever do grant it, is because of extraordinary situations, and the ceremony is it's actually more like a small compline. It's more of a repenting ceremony instead of an actual matrimony. So that's what I'll answer regarding that. And maybe some Catholic friends can tell me, one of you guys can tell me how it works in your churches, because I like to hear that.
So like there really isn't a divorce in the Catholic Church. There is an annulment, but an annulment is just saying that there never was a marriage in the first place. So it's essentially saying, hey, yeah, we have found out that there never actually was a valid marriage in the first place. So we're just going to say, we're going to officially declare that, yeah, these two people are not married because they never were.
Okay.
I mean, you can
Is that
look at it as a divorce.
Sorry, is that the Maronites, or is the Roman Latin rite the same?
Latin also, yes.
It's effectively the same. Yeah, an annulment, which they would say, oh, you were never married at all. Yet they do grant the children, like if there were any children, they're not considered bastards, right? They're considered like legitimized children. There's they do allow remarriage, but it's a difficult process. And it accords with what we should be one flesh with whoever we marry, and even what Christ said about marriage, right? It's like, oh, well, if someone had 7 wives, right? Are they married in heaven? No, right? So yeah, that's.
Hey, Nikolai, how's it going?
What's up? How you doing? Is there too much background noise?
No, you're fine. I like to listen to the Koreans kill themselves.
No,
they're always yelling. So, those of you who don't know about Asians, they always sound like they're ready to murder.
My parents said that when they came to visit Korea, they're like, "Why is everyone yelling at each other?" It's like, no, that's just how they speak.
Yeah, what's on your mind, man?
Not much, and just hopping in to say hello and see what's going on with you.
Yeah, so basically we just did an educational conversation for converts. We sat down, talked about pretty much everything that we believed about each other, and realistically, if quote this reunion, because people say this in both communions, right, is practical, is sort of possible in any sort of way. So what are your thoughts on that?
I've talked about this before on my channel, and I've always said this, that while this sentiment is very nice and it could happen on a micro scale, like for example, maybe one or two bishops decide to, leave Rome to come to Orthodoxy or vice versa, right? The hard reality is that there's too much drift that has happened over the centuries. And the biggest sticking issue, in my opinion, is not even liturgics. It's not theology even. It's not that we couldn't come down and how do we properly want to understand the filioque? Like all of that stuff is like, okay, sure, yeah, we can maybe come to another council and work out our differences. The problem is they're saints, right? We have saints that say about their saints that they are damnable heretics, and they have saints that we simply can't accept because of what they say about our saints, and vice versa. And then also there's just some saints that have very problematic histories within Rome, and it's just from a practical standpoint, you're going to convince the average layperson who might have a very close attachment to some of these saints to abandon their veneration. That's the same problem that the Orientals have with us. Like the Orientals are way closer to us in a lot of ways, but even if we were to somehow even if they were to accept Chalcedon and all the other councils that have since happened, even if they were to say, yes, we're going to do that, there's a huge plethora of saints that they've had that simply we could not accept their veneration. I think that's the hard reality.
Yeah.
And it goes vice versa, by the way.
Do you think it's impossible for all of the saints from both churches to be accepted?
There are certain theological positions that certain saints held that we have condemned as anathema. And for us to accept them would immediately discount our anathemas wholesale. So that's a big problem for a lot of Orthodox. You might have a couple more ecumenist-minded bishops in the Orthodox tradition who would be like, oh, we can ignore that, or we can overlook it, or we can create a new subcategory of saint that is like honored but not blessed or something like that. And I just don't think it's feasible. I mean, modern Rome, they might do that. I mean, you look at what the Uniates do with like Gregory Palamas, and Saint Gregory Palamas said some very choice words about the bishop, the Pope of Rome, right? The
Well, Nikolai, let me
very
ask you
choice words. So.
If I'm forcing you to
what's
do
up?
this, right? If you, let's say, for example, if you're the king of the Orthodox Church, everything you say goes. If I'm forcing you to accept, who's one saint that you say you can't accept from Roman Catholics? Give me one iconic one.
Some of their medieval histrionic saints.
So let's say Catherine.
Some of the female saints there.
So, for example, Catherine of Siena. If you try your best to make this person work as a saint in the Orthodox Church, what will you do?
If I had to, I would basically say she was in spiritual delusion because she was captured by the spirit of foolishness, so maybe a fool for Christ at best.
Okay.
And that would be like pushing it like majorly for me.
All right, so Catholics, let me ask you guys this. My patron saint, Alexander Nevsky, who fought the Catholics, who spit on the decree of the Catholic bishops. If I want you guys to, imagine you're the Pope, I want you guys to make this person work in the Catholic Church. What would you guys do?
I don't know enough about him to be able to respond, to be honest with
So
you.
he's the Prince of Novgorod of Russia, and then he fought against the Catholic Crusaders, and he denied to become Catholic. And largely, he was canonized in our church because of that. So if I ask you guys, okay, we're gonna come back in communion, you guys are gonna have to find a way to canonize Alexander Nevsky. How would you guys do it if I force you to do it?
I don't think it would be that big of a deal. I mean, we don't agree with forced conversions in general. So if it was at sword point and they're trying to make him convert, that's not a valid conversion method. So yeah.
And does Nikolai, you have any disagreements with guys, or do you guys have any disagreements with Nikolai?
Actually, believe it or not, your average Roman Catholic probably agrees with me more than some of the guys that I've been beefing with recently, which are like the Latinizers who try and push PSA in the Roman Catholic Church and PSA
Dude,
Yes, I
what?
know your eyes.
That's so spicy. What the heck?
Do you guys know
Yeah.
Eric Ibarra?
Eric
yeah,
Ibarra.
yeah, I've heard
He's
of
been
Eric Ibarra.
pushing. He has an entire
Yeah.
book now pushing
Well-
penal substitutionary atonement, saying that it's a perfectly Catholic position. I'm
It-
like, guys, if the Catholics hold to like a form of satisfaction, I don't know the nitty gritty details of your guys' atonement theology, but it's definitely not PSA.
Not PSA. Is this kind
No,
of like
it's not
that whole
PSA.
like undercurrent with like the big talking head Catholic apologists where they're trying to repair Nestorius's reputation?
Yeah, and there's that too, right?
You,
There-
you haven't heard of that, Nikolai? You know about that?
I've heard a little
It's
bit
so
about
crazy.
it. But
Boys
listen,
of
I
Reason.
have a good relationship with a lot of Roman Catholic guys. Like, even though I disagree and we can have a hearty back and forth, the
Yeah.
problem I have is actually with the Roman Catholics that spit on the face of their own church's tradition.
Mm.
Right, like for me, that's actually more egregious because I think that there's actually more. Like, I think the modern Roman Catholic Church has made a lot of like steps forward for reconciliation, even though I think it's inconsistent with their position. At least they're making those overtures, right? And I think that there's other problems that come with that, but I can respect the effort. With these other guys, they want to essentially LARP as if they're basically creating their own like mini like factionalism within the Roman Catholic Church by saying, "Hey, we believe in PSA." The Anglicans are doing this as well, by the way. There's a whole subsect of Anglicans that are saying, "Oh, we believe this." I'm like, Anglicans don't believe in PSA. What are you out of your mind? The traditional position of Anglicanism is another form of a vicarious satisfaction, which is similar to the Lutherans.
Yep.
The Lutherans hold to vicarious satisfaction. Those are not the same things. But there's there's a significant, I wouldn't say significant, but there's a group of people in the Orthodox sphere that are trying to do this to us as well. So for me, actually, the biggest problem that's facing the Roman Catholic and the Eastern Orthodox Church is also that you have groups like that are actually undercutting the ability for us to have true ecumenical dialogue, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to flatten the differences. And when you flatten the differences, you can't actually work out them. You can't actually work them out. And instead, what you do is you cause both churches to twist what they actually are, and then meaningful dialogue can't happen.
I think like with these people like Miko and
The furry.
freaking Capybara, these people are actually not doing it for that reason, right? So we look at Capybara. What he's trying to do is he's just trying to subvert the Orthodox Church. That's what he's trying to do. He's just doing it as a jab to the Orthodox Church. He has no responsibility. He's not actually trying to reconcile anything with Protestants. If you look at Miko, on the other hand, he's living sinfully by self-pleasuring to furry porn. Literally, by the way, literally. And he believes maybe the penal substitution thing.
He does. He believes in he believes in inherited guilt and penal substitutionary atonement.
Maybe
and inherited guilt in the specific Protestant Calvinist sense. Because I've asked him. Have you guys watched Craig Truglia's video on atonement, the economic atonement? It's an excellent video where he breaks down the differences and shows like basically he has a scale. I mean, midway through he shows a scale of like, this is where the Roman Catholics are, this is where this person is, this is where this person, this is where we Orthodox are, right? And he kind of breaks down the differences and stuff like that. They people like him have come out and said there's no difference between Anselm, PSA, Thomism, and all that. Like, they essentially just want to flatten all these things as a spectrum. That's what Sig, if you guys are familiar with Sig has come out and said, oh, PSA is a spectrum. So it just is a spectrum of beliefs. I'm like, this sounds like LGBTQ nonsense. Like,
oh, they are. They literally are. I mean,
well, they're claiming no. By the way, like Sig came out the day after all that blew up, and he did a live stream saying, "Of course, I don't support gay stuff." Then why did you have an entire stream? And even if this is my argument, let's grant him maximal charity and say he was just mistaken. He worded it badly, and he was actually steel manning the argument, like they were trying to say. Then he's really, really bad at explaining the faith, and a person who's been baptized 1 year, 2025 Paschas when he was baptized. 1 year he's been baptized, and he's going around teaching people. That is unacceptable.
Yikes.
Listen, I didn't even make a channel on my YouTube until I was in my 5th year, going into my 6th year. I'm going to be baptized now into the Orthodox Church. I think I'm coming into my 6th year now. I'll be into my 7th year in less than a month.
Yeah,
That's very different than some. And also, I was catechized for 3 years, so I like total 9 years almost of being consistent in my Orthodox journey and faith. Meanwhile, you got people like this, like yeah. But anyways, I don't want to get bogged down. But yeah, for the Roman Catholic bros, like a lot of it, I have a lot of sympathy because I know a lot of them are very faithful people who want to see their faith work, and I know a lot of them want to see reunion. So I try to be as nice about it as possible, even though I'm going to give back as much spice as I'm given. So,
Fair.
you know, so
Fair.
That's fair.
So, Hammer of Heretics.
Yeah.
You, I think I've heard that before. Are you, have you done like a debate?
I've done a couple. Some formal ones and some informal ones with Protestants.
Yeah.
So I did a Sola Scriptura debate, and then I did another one on
against two. Sola Scriptura against two.
He's like a very small channel.
Okay.
And then the other one I did was on Marlon's channel, and that was Sola Scriptura, and then the other one was Transubstantiation. So just
Transubstantiation. Okay. Yeah. See, Sola Scriptura is actually one of those funny things that I debated Sola Scriptura back in the day. Do you guys remember Pedro from The Crucible?
No.
He used to be the co-host of The Crucible.
I've seen The Crucible. Yes. Yeah, I think I know who he is.
He used to be the co-host of The Crucible, and me and him had 2 different debates, one on the canon of Scripture, and I can't remember what the other one was now. And my favorite argument, because it's a little bit trolly and tongue-in-cheek, but it's kind of serious at the same time, is my favorite one, and tell me what you think about it, is like a single blind person makes Sola Scriptura impossible.
Yeah. Yeah,
correct.
That's a good one.
Because a blind person can't hold the Sola Scriptura because they have to trust that the people who are explicating the scriptures to them are doing so correctly.
I mean, that guy's a liar. I debated him too on. I mean, he said that he holds to real presence, which is not true because he says the London Baptist Confession teaches that. I looked it up after the debate. It's not there. It literally says it's not. It says it's not.
It's a memorialist.
Yeah,
they hold to a memorialist position. Anybody I grew up in Calvinism. I used to be a Calvinist. I don't know if you guys are converts yourself, but I used to be Calvinist.
Converts.
Yeah, but
I'm a
lying and disingenuous.
I'm a revert.
People.
But Nikolai, the one I used in my Sola Scriptura debate was particularly against the perspicuity of Scripture was the classic. I never said she stole my money, and I was like, "Do you know what this sentence means?" And and I showed him that hey, there's 7 different meanings to this one sentence. So how can you say that the Scripture is perfectly
perspicuous?
Yeah, exactly.
I have another one. If you guys can use that, you can use this because I got this from an entomologist buddy of mine. He's a language guy, and he's in the field of entomology, right? Mm-hmm. And he said, in the English language alone, let's say there is something that is vital to the witness of Christ's resurrection. Just imagine this. Let's imagine that there's a story where it's very important to know the exact location of the apostle who met Christ at that exact moment. And let's say it's vital that they get this right because it is an attestation of his resurrection, right? Now, let's say it says Jesus was on the first floor of this building and he met the Apostle John. And that's very important to the story. Let's just imagine that be the case. If I go to you or Counterdocs or somebody else and say, hey, he was on the first floor, you all will immediately, you're all American, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're American, the first floor is synonymous with the ground floor. If someone says ground floor or first floor, they mean the same thing, right? Like they're kind of, you can use either one depending on your mood or where you're from, right? But if you're in the UK or Australia, if you say the first floor is the floor after the ground floor.
Correct.
Yeah.
So if so, that immediately shows that two people could read this hypothetical passage and come to radically different opinions just on first floor. And that's not even a definition problem. That's just simply a cultural, contextual problem. So immediately perspicuity is out the window, because how am I supposed to know which one the people at the time would have interpreted that as? The English scholar is going to say, well, it's the first floor. It obviously means it's the second floor. And the American scholars would be like, no, the first floor is the ground floor, right? So, like, it's little things like that. If something as simple as like what floor you're on can get confused in modern English, if two people can speak and get confused in modern English, imagine layers of translation, layers of cultural context, and everything else. So, like, any Protestant that's arguing for perspicuity of Scripture is like out of their minds. Out of their minds.
What,
Right.
Hammer?
Oh,
Can you
wait,
repeat
hold on.
the?
Yeah, go
Can
ahead.
you repeat
Go
the
ahead.
example that you had given?
Oh, I never
The
said she
seven.
stole my money, because it has 7 different meanings depending on how you emphasize those words. The other thing is that Greek has a lot more nuance than English, and there's different words for words. So that's why when you can, and this is a fun little wordplay. It's like, hey, who is the word of God being referred to in 1 John 1:1-14, or John 1:1-14, right? So they'll look at that in English and say word is flat, so that must be in the Bible. But the reality is that there's 3 different words for word in Greek depending on who you're talking. In the Johannine context, logo to theon, or the word of God, is Christ. So that's another thing that, like, etymologically speaking, they're trying to apply a language that's more limited to one that has more nuance. And like you mentioned, besides the fact that it's like first century context and all this other cultural stuff that's involved, and you're trying to essentially apply presentism to historical text.
Catholics, my Catholic friends, this species right here is our. Just so if you guys never seen it before, this is our version of the Sedevacantist.
The TOs.
Yeah. So, hey, Anti-Surgeonist Battalion USA, you are welcome to call in.
That's
You're
spicy.
welcome to call in. So,
Spicy.
there's that. Yeah, I usually just ask them, like, where's Sola Scriptura in Scriptura?
Is that kind of like Brother Nathaniel, like where it's like one of those like?
Oh no! Actually, Brother Nathaniel was canonical, and then he was actually kicked out because he refused to submit to the bishops because they were captured by Jews or something like that.
He did. So look, I had like a personal. I really this is gonna sound so spicy, but I used to really like Brother Nathaniel's like videos.
I did too.
But they started getting more unhinged, like when he was like, they're doing like a pelvic sexual ritual at the Wailing Wall, and like he said that during one of his shorts. And I was like,
he started out, when he first started out, he was really well liked by the Metropolitan at the time of Rocor, precisely because he was very focused on arguing against and arguing for converting Jews. Now it's just blind Jew hatred, which again, I understand critiquing Jewish power, all that stuff. I get it. But when you've sidelined your original purpose for doing content, which is to bring people to Christ, and instead you've gone into geopolitics, especially as someone who is supposed to be a monastic, a entry-level novice monastic, you're off the deep end.
Yeah,
right?
you can't be doing stuff like that as a novice. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So ultimately, Rolcor said he cannot participate in that stuff anymore, and he needs to basically do a penance in order to come back into a right relationship with his bishop. Blah 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 blah. And he basically said Rolcor's captured by the Jews.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not the first time a priest or member of the clergy's done something like that. We have Arius. We have many examples of correction being rebuffed. So I mean, I still do. Besides the anti-Semitism stuff, I do enjoy his older stuff. So it's still fun.
I don't actually mind like a little bit of spice. Like I listen, get it. Like
part of the internet.
Elbowing a group of people, a little bit of me going, you're a little, I don't mind that. But my goodness.
What do you guys think on here?
That's so awesome. Oh my God.
Who's it of? I can't read that. Saint. It's backwards, so
Saint Gregory Palamas.
Gregory Palamas, yeah.
So
love that guy.
Excellent.
Nikolai, take a guess who wrote this one.
That was you.
You.
Oh, okay. No. I was guessing because you were painting the other day.
I'm nowhere as good as this, but take a guess who did this.
Was that Please tell me it's not like one of those like Hindu sects that keep on doing our icons and stuff like that.
It's not monastery icons, right?
No,
Yeah.
Jonathan Peugeot?
It's a really goofy guy on YouTube.
Is that Brother Nathaniel?
No, he's not capable of doing this. There's
Uh,
another really goofy person that does this very, very well, and he's pretty famous for doing it. But he's just way too goofy.
Goofy. Shane, I don't know. I don't know.
All right, I'll read it. It's from Dormishinsky.
Oh
I don't know who
no!
that is. Is he?
They're
Yeah,
some
I don't know if
schismatics.
this is a problem
It's
with
just-
my stuff, but I can only hear you, Counterdocs. I can't hear any of the others.
Oh, okay.
I can hear him.
I can hear everybody. I heard
You might have to quit and rejoin.
Yeah, but that's so his name is Archbishop Gregory, and he basically thinks he's the only Orthodox bishop left in the world.
That's a
He has
lonely place to
he has
be.
a little- Yeah, he has his little base over there in Colorado, and
Oh my
he's,
God.
he's an incredible iconographer.
Well,
I
one
had
thing.
him do this.
One thing I will say. The reason I can't take the TOs seriously at all is they deny the sanctity and the sainthood of several modern saints of ours, like Saint Luke the Surgeon, Saint Paisios, Saint Porphyrios, like very modern recent saints. They're just like, no, these guys were delusional heretics, and it's like at that point when you're, it's kind of like when you're denying the obvious sanctity of one of our saints. It's like I just don't have any patience for that. It's like, okay, like no argument they give is going to really land on my ears. They deny the sanctity of my patron saint, Saint Tsar Nicholas II, right?
T.O.?
TOs, yes. They
Russian
reject.
T.O.?
Yes.
That's weird.
TOs are, dude, they've gone more and more radical as time gone. Maybe not in Russia itself, in Russia proper, but the American TOs that are like a spin-off of the Russians, they do.
Yeah,
But
they're having
also,
to call in
a majority
2
of the old believers are starting to convert back into the canonical church, anyways. Also, and
Yeah,
so
after the Russian church apologized.
Once Rollcore in
Yeah,
Moscow, once
Okay.
Rollcore in Moscow healed their division, and they had the reunion back in, I think it was 2009, might be 2007, but after that, that's when they thank you for the belated names day.
Oh, it is yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday.
100,000, over 100,000 Russians were out on the streets doing a procession for Saint Tsar Nicholas II.
So this is this is who I privately venerate. This is Archpriest Vacuum of the Old Believers. But this was not the priest. I mean, so he was the initial one that led the resistance against the Greekizing of the Russian liturgy, and he was burned by Tsarists. So I just gotta keep him on my icon corner. But I'm really hoping that schism gets healed.
I think it will. I think it's only a matter of time. There's less and less arguments they have for maintaining that. I feel bad for the RCs. The SSPX stuff must have been a rough thing that just happened there.
So what are the canonical traditional Catholics that are left out there? Do you guys know?
Well, we still have like the FSSP. We have the ICKXP or something like that. We have a
It's a
few.
bunch of letters.
Yeah.
You also, I mean, in theory, like all of the guys that I know that are super active. Like I just watched. What's that one guy that he has the deep voice and he's always like talking with Orientals?
Was that Voice of Reason?
Voice of Reason.
Voice of Reason.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, dude. Yeah.
So he came back recently, and his first video, like officially back, even though he's been back for a while. his first video coming back, he makes some of the worst arguments I've ever seen against orthodoxy. He's like,
Oh,
and I'm like,
yeah.
listen,
Good arguments. So
Yeah, dude. Look, if you saw his debate between him and Ubi, that was really bad argumentation. Like,
Yeah.
really
listen,
bad
Ubi
argumentation.
Ubi is like people. You can take issue with what Ubi said, and I think you can be good faith and challenge those views. But Voice of Reason did not give good responses to
No,
that
and
at all.
if Ubi didn't
No.
crash out, which I mean, to be fair, like if I was experiencing that kind of fallacious crap in a debate, I would have a very difficult time restraining myself too. But I think if Ubi didn't crash out, he would have like won single-handedly. I mean, basically did win. When you're getting to the point where you're making appeals to numbers in an argument about who's wrong and who's right, you've already like you've lost the plot, dude. It was
Dude,
bad.
yeah. Listen. I'm a simple guy.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. My argument with Roman Catholics is never a history. I never want to get bogged down in the history, and this frustrates some Roman Catholics, and maybe it'll frustrate you guys a bit too. But I'm a pragmatic guy. For me, I want to look at the current reality of both churches and say, okay, which one is best reflecting consistency, continuity, right?
Voice of Reason.
You have a very plump booty.
I mean, I think
The Council of Ephesus never said I couldn't text a girl with very plump booty.
I was cleaning up my folder yesterday because I was one of the first guys who received the text messages. I just had to delete it. It's just too goofy to save on my computer.
Listen, if somebody sent me that, I'm like, what are you doing? I can't have this. I'm a married man.
I think somebody definitely set him up.
If someone said that they would grease me up, I'd be like, dude, my wife wouldn't appreciate that.
my wife would like, of course, the day I get those, my wife would look at my phone and be like, what the hell? she's like, Joey, do I need to know something?
Yeah, if someone said that they would grease, I would say, okay, prepare to do so at the end of a rifle barrel.
But ladies,
or something
what
like
are we
that.
doing? Ladies, what are we doing? Like, why are you like? If any dude ever comes to you and says, "I'm gonna grease your very plump booty," and you're 18, what are you doing?
Also, his whole Council of Ephesus thing was really bad too, where he's like, "Oh yeah, the Council of Ephesus, it didn't. Nestorius isn't a heretic." That's part of that thread of like people trying to like rehabilitate Nestorius. He never rectified or reconciled with the church. He died outside the church.
Yeah,
I don't know how people can say that.
Well, and he tried to use in his most recent video, he tried to use Saint Isaac the Assyrian, which, by the way, you guys venerate as well. Yes. He says, well, they were out of communion. He was out of communion. It's like, actually, there was back and forth communion. The bishop before Saint Isaac the Assyrian was back in communion with two other jurisdictions.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was after Saint Isaac the Assyrian's death that it was kind of solidified that they were divided. So, you know, sometimes that stuff is messy. This is why even the Orthodox will recognize that the Roman Catholics there were still huge swaths of the Western Church after the Great Schism for several centuries that were still producing saintly people, like especially in the more far-flung areas. That's what would be our position, right? Especially like in like England, where there was a lot less oversight and things like that of the Pope. Now, obviously, you guys might disagree with that, but I'm just saying, like, there is a rationale for both sides on that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was just a bad argument.
Too. He's a really good saint. He's a really good.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's in VOR is in direct disobedience to his bishop. He's
yes
advised to stay the hell out of the internet space, but he's not going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe his bishop has come out and said it's okay for him, but he's never clarified that and said, I've talked to my bishop, and he said I'm good now, right?
Well, he was already skirting it by appearing in other people's YouTube channels and doing his own thing still. So
immediately, like within 2 months, yeah,
and he still has a Patreon where he's financially, you know, benefiting from this. Even still, I mean, there's a lot of issues that I see with that. I'm not gonna, you know, have any.
Yeah, but it's like, listen, we all make mistakes, right? Sure. We're all people, but it's like, if you're going to openly represent a faith group, you should have a pretty good example yourself.
Yeah.
And I think the Roman Catholic community absolutely responded to that appropriately.
Yeah.
And it's respectable what you guys did.
It's created scandal. I mean, even now it's creating scandal. So that can't be ignored. You know?
Yeah, and I mean, he is gonna be ignored by any serious people besides from the Coptics.
Well, that's because the Coptics are all right. I'm gonna get. I got excoriated a couple years back when the Coptics were like being very ecumenical, and they were like saying, "Oh, we have the 21 Coptic martyrs," and then there's some Eastern Orthodox people saying, "Oh, we venerate the Coptic martyrs too." I'm like, "No, we don't." Like, listen, like yes, we can pray for them, but they have not been recognized as martyrs in our church because they didn't die for the Orthodox faith, in our opinion. And
Right.
and I was excoriated for that. I'm like, guys, this is basic ecclesiology 101. This is how the Roman Catholics do it. This is how the Orientals do it too. The Orientals just don't venerate anyone who dies outside of their canonical boundaries, right? There's a process. So it's like,
And then their priests were going nuts, like especially this priest that's pretty close to me. It's in Huntington Beach. I'm not going to name who it is. Started to slander us, and he said that Orthodox content creator, he's talking about Jay Dyer, right? Said we're disrespecting the martyrs. I was like, well, first of all, no, that's not what happened. If you watch Jay's whole stream, he never made a comment on, quote, the martyrdom. He just said the video looked off because it's the ISIS guys were look like a freaking giant, and then these Coptic dudes are looking like kids. I was like, all he said was, I think this camera footage is a little bit altered. That's pretty much what he said. And the Coptic world went nuts over that. So, he's disrespecting our martyrs. Oh my God. I mean, like,
it was horrible. And I'm just like, listen, guys, like the Coptics. I mean, after the last debate that they did with Kai and David Erhan, I was like their best debater.
When did they debate David? When did they debate Kai?
It wasn't Kai. It was David Erhan. But Kai was the one that set it up.
I want Kai to do it.
Dave.
No, I really want Kai to do it.
Yeah, Kai said that he's done. He's like, after the David Erhan, he's like, we're not debating you guys anymore. You don't get to come up with your new 17-year-old who is the new best thing since Swiss cheese. This is it. Get your best guy. And if that's the best you can get, we're not doing this debate anymore. We're done. We're not going over Saint Cyril of Alexandria or Saint Cyril again for the 100th time, where we're gonna break down the nitty-gritty of these things. Like we're done.
I mean, but honestly, like for everybody here, like truthfully,
all right, guys,
like
it's getting a bit late for me.
All right, yeah, bro. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me on.
You're always welcome on my channel, man.
I'm gonna head off to sleep because it is midnight over here on the East Coast of the United States.
Oh, okay.
And I have to get up. Yep.
All right, bro.
Thank you. And I have to get up and drive almost an hour to go to church. So.
All right. Respect to that.
I'm gonna do the same.
I'm a day ahead of you guys, so.
Yeah. Oh, well, good. Yeah, my wife is giving me indications. So I too will have to jet.
All right, guys.
Awesome.
I just want to say thank you to Counterdocs. I'd like to get in touch with you over Discord if possible. So I'm hoping Hammer can help.
Yeah, I mean, my email's on my channel. It's in the description. You guys don't need to reach me there.
Counterdocs.
God bless you guys. It's nice chatting.
Okay.
Likewise,
nice
Nikolai.
Likewise.
And of course, I'll shoot you an email, Counterdocs. We'll plan something out, dude.
Yeah, you can come over. I'll hand you the icon. All right.
So down.
All right.
We're the icon. What he really means is the drugs that he carves into the back of it.
No, this is he requested.
No, he made that for me. That's so cool. No, I asked him to make me an icon of St. Gregory Palamas, so I'm excited.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. God bless.
All right,
later, guys.
God bless.
Counter.
What's up?
I keep on getting in trouble with all the Orthodox guys that are like in those specific circles that we talked about earlier, the Latinizing guys. Bryce J just went off on me about Sig.
Hold on. Yes, Akathis, you can say the N word. Yes. What about you? So did you find out if Bryce is one of them or no?
He like Sig plays these weird word games where he never really answers. He says my theology is that which is from Saint Dimitri Staniloy. Okay, but what does that mean? What do you think he says, right? Like, because I can interpret Saint Dimitri Staniloy to believe everything that I believe, right? So that does no work for us. The same way that I can interpret any of those saints to be saying something that you might disagree with that interpretation of. So at the end of the day, I don't know, but here's the reality. He gives a platform to people like Mar Ruckus, who Mar has come out and said that Father Stephen DeYoung is a heretic, a modernist.
Yeah, I saw that. I did that one. I saw.
And I just want to like point out that Mar, not only has Mar done that, he's in Father Stephen DeYoung's diocese. And Father Stephen DeYoung said that Metropolitan Saba agrees with him. So Mar is by de facto calling Father Stephen DeYoung a heretic, calling Metropolitan Saba a heretic, a modernist. So it's like these people are unserious. They don't live within the life of the church. I think that's the biggest problem.
This is why I am in none of these discords.
I
have my own
don't do Discord.
We just talk smash. Like literally, we like no moderation. We just talk smash. Like everybody posts randoms. I'm not in any of the Dire Discord. I'm not in any of these discords.
I will say Jay's Discord is well like managed.
Maybe now, but when I wasn't there like 2 years ago, it was not. Like these people are like kids and they're just unhinged.
They cleared out a lot of that. I know the people that manage it, and they did a lot of work to try and like clear out some of the bad apples. But that being said, these people have a big issue, is that they got into an argument with me and said that I'm out of my mind for saying this, that catechumens are a rank in the church. I said they are a part of the church, and they said no, they're not part of the church. I'm like, okay, then what makes a catechumen distinct from an inquirer? That means it is a catechumenate. Being part of the catechumenate is the process of being joined fully to the church, but that means you're a rank in the church.
Okay, so are these? Do you know who is like maybe like a ringleader of these people?
Sig, Ananda.
You think Sig leads these people?
Yeah, they're all on his Discord. All of them are on his Discord. All of them. And some of them, like Miko, is a moderator on Sig's Discord.
Yeah, that I know.
So, like, okay, so either he's really bad at managing his community, or he agrees with them. So why would you tolerate these guys that are calling clergy heretics on your Discord as moderators? Why would you tolerate that? And then you have Ananda, who calls all these guys his children. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, he literally said, he came out and said, my children will carry on my legacy.
Miko?
Ananda. Ananda Apologetics. He also recently denied the monarchia of the Father. Monarchical Trinitarianism.
Do you know who, like, do you know if there's like a proximate diocese that they're all under? Because I know a lot of them are
a lot of them are actually in the UK. Actually, they're all in kind of. A lot of them are in the UK. And I don't want to say this in a way that seems like I'm racializing it, but a lot of them are black.
You see what I mean? We just lost our only black guy on the internet, and
just saying.
Are they actually black? Like I know Sig, but like all the other guys, they sound a little bit weird when I hear them talk. You know what I mean? Like, but
Miko is black. Mar Ruckus is black. Sig is black. And there's at least two others. And then the ones that aren't black, they're all South American, like Latin American converts to Orthodoxy.
Oh my God. So
it's like, I mean, obviously there's exceptions. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm being a little specious, but I'm just like pointing out that there's a weird trend. And also, Sig came out with a really weird post not too long ago where he was basically racializing Orthodoxy in a sense, where he said black people have like a unique negative experience, and therefore we can uniquely be attached to the Orthodox faith, and we need to. I'm like, but why would you bring in historical racial grievances into the church? Why would you use that as a way to try and bring people into the church? That's bringing racialism into the church. That's bad. We don't want. I mean,
there are all sorts of people that are trying to bring racialism into the church. I mean,
on both sides, by the way. Not just like black grievance culture is bad enough. You also have people that are trying to make, or like, again, these are minorities, but you got a certain group of people that are trying to like say that, oh, Orthodoxy is like a white man's religion. It's like, of course it's not. It's ridiculous. And I've actually have a open debate challenge right now where I will debate race and Christianity.
Well, I just think it's a really dumb idea. I mean, it's, you know, I'm not you, but this like they're, yeah, I understand. Like it's not news to anybody that like people are different and people have different genetic lineages, and due to that, obviously we look different and then we have different tendencies. And some culture, yes, some group of people, due to those things, will get along with some people and some people won't. That's not rocket science. But like you're in an environment. Okay, well, first of all, I have debated many of these people. I mean, I was there with you when we debated, you know, people like Ortho Texan, these people, and it was on Twitter, it was on X. It was like
Yeah.
I don't think it was even streamed, and it was just,
Unfortunately, it wasn't. No, I remember that though.
so it's like, yeah, I get it. So first of all, people, the way we are, it's not what Christ meant for us to be, right? It's like it's because of our own sins, our own rebellion, that we are the way we are. And some of us, unfortunately, in different areas are worse than others. It's the case. But it does not mean we treat people horribly, right? But we try to meet them where they are and help them to become better. That's Christianity.
Well, orthodoxy transforms culture and transforms groups of people. Listen,
right.
I've always pointed this out, and I think we've talked about this before.
Yes.
The German barbarians are not even in the same universe culturally as they are to modern Germans. Why? Because Christianity transforms them. They're smarter, they're more competent people, they're more moral people. And the same thing can happen to any society that adopts, you know, Christ.
Yeah, but what I'm not understanding is that I get it. You know, in politics, you can push this stuff.
Yeah,
it's tolerable
to a degree.
Why would you push it in an area where people already get along pretty well, which is the church? That's what I don't understand. And I had a guy that I debated on, I think Omega, it was a while ago. If you guys can find it, I might be able to find it. But he basically said, "Oh, you see, Rome failed because of these immigrants." I'm like, okay.
That's reductive. Rome fell because of birth rates, actually, and because they kept on they couldn't sustain their own population because of degeneracy.
Well, what's funny is like, okay, do you know who those immigrants were?
Germans.
Yeah, your ancestors.
White barbarians.
The savage morons that destroyed a civilized society. So that was you guys. That was the most hilarious part. But I think Sig bringing that up, it's a little bit too much, right? It's like I think
this is what I think. This is what I think. I think he's in academic circles right now. He's going to Oxford, right?
Oh,
he's in academic circles, which is liberal as hell, by the way. And they always try and break down things into their smallest like pieces and try and like hyper analyze every word and try and break things down into categories and things like that. And I think what he does is he thinks too much. I think he thinks about these things, and I think he comes up with these novel ideas that are not really orthodox, and he tries to apply them to the Orthodox faith, and I just don't think it works. I think that's what it is.
Here, I would say that I agree that I think the Orthodox Church should make a greater attempt to reach the Black communities. I would agree, because a lot of Black folks there's no Orthodox Church in their communities. And I think we can do a better job. And Yelena Popovich, right?
Yeah.
The lady she's a part of our diocese. I met her many, many times. And she told me what happened to the movie Moses the Black, and I couldn't believe it. Because, they immediately pulled it down from the theater for no reason. And they said nobody was buying it. And the problem is that if nobody's buying, why are there hundreds of people that are getting their tickets returned? That's what doesn't make any sense. And if you look at the areas that this movie is getting pulled mainly off the stream, the stream, it's in Black communities. That's what didn't make any sense to me. And I posted, everybody support this movie when it came out. And I was talking to her in person.
It was a bit of a mixed bag of a movie, to be fair.
Yeah,
I watched it.
Movie. It's a very low budget movie. Right?
Yes, I think her first movie, Man of God, was much more well-paced the story was more clear cut. This one was a little bit topsy-turvy and a little, I don't know. It felt like it was trying to be a little too edgy. But that being said, it was okay. It was an okay.
think-
It was okay a movie, and I think there was a lot of good to come from it.
There definitely should have been more stuff about Orthodoxy in there.
Yes.
It's just such a missed opportunity there. Because like imagine Wiz Khalifa compares to Orthodoxy. That would have been really cool. But yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of missed opportunity. But I do think the way that it was taken off the theater,
It was intentional.
was absolutely, without a doubt, intentional. And I've personally went into the websites and look at these critic. A lot of them people just are these critic reviews are saying she's racist, racist white women, not portraying black communities correctly. Okay, here we go. This is actually.
Listen, anyone like this, I get so frustrated with this. Listen, everybody knows the black community is a crapshoot right now. Everybody knows it. The black listen, there is no hiding it. There is no getting around it. It is a crapshoot. And frankly, I'm a draconian. I think that we need to go in with the military and do curfews. We need to crack down on degenerate behavior. We need to crack down on the single motherhoodness. We need to be draconian to fix that community because it's spiraled out of control, and I don't think they can internally fix it.
I was an ex teacher's assistant. And I was trying to get my credentials right outside of college, and I got put into inner cities. It's like I'm getting attacked by kids from middle school. Like they feel like that it's okay in middle school to attack staff, to attack teachers, to do things that they're not supposed to do, to attack other people from middle school kids, by the way. And then they were, anytime you give them a laptop, it's gone the next day. They either sell it or they smash it. It's like, look, I get it. Kids deserve to go to school, but if your kid has made it clear enough that he doesn't want school, he wants instruction, we got to help the other kids. We got to suspend these kids. We got to get them out of here. I support, like what you said, another place for these people to put their kids in until their kids are able to be in civilized society. If not, then, you can't be there to interrupt other people, other taxpayer children, getting their education. And what's funny is in the black community, teachers get paid. There's way more funding in these inner city neighborhoods than.
Well, here's the reality. This is going to upset some people. A lot of children just need to be taken from their parents.
That's true.
And I don't support like here's the thing. It's a double-edged sword because then that same power can be used back against like normal people, because we see this happen with Christians already. If you don't tote the line, they'll take your kids and train them, right? Like that's happening in like California, Washington, Oregon, places like that. Your kids are being removed from homes because you won't affirm their pronouns. But if we were to use this program correctly, I'm saying 60+% of children should be removed from black homes.
I agree.
And they should be put into a system where, like, maybe like a boot camp style military academy, where they're raised and where they are taught how to be functional members of society. They may not become scholars, as some people say. They may not become but you want to know what? Maybe they can be a good ditch digger. Maybe they can be a good construction worker. Maybe they can be a good XYZ. By the way, here's another thing. This is why I'm super anti-mass migration. You've taken away all the good paying jobs from these communities, from like lower income communities. Construction work used to be a decent gig for a dad to do to earn money. And now you can't get a decent gig as a construction worker unless you are unless there's nepotism, or unless you get rid of all these illegals doing all the construction work, right? So like it's a very multi-layered issue. But the solution is not to import those issues into the church, as you were saying. Like, and that's what all these people are doing. They're like, I can just import this into the church and that's going to be fine. It's like, no, we shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, it happens on both sides, and there are people who are, that are pretty prominent people that push this. Again, I don't understand why it's happening. I think it's not needed, and it's going to be anything damaging to the mission of the Orthodox Church. And I hope, and I think it will eventually be addressed by hierarch in the States. But Sig, I hope he repents. I hope he understands what people are not trying to hate him. We love him to be, normal, but he might continue to choose not to. That's because he said, this guy says we need to start doing rap liturgies. I was just talking about like composing one the other day with my seminary teacher.
Yeah, I mean, no. I think the best way to reach out to those types of communities is, simply put, you need to just be in there. You need to be present. You need to give them the choice and the opportunity to go there, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's really what it comes down to.
Yeah. To respond to you, Maccabee, I'm against mass migration. That's stupid. I mean, you can't. Well, I mean, culturally, put the culture aside. It's like you can't just flood that many people into an economy. It doesn't make any sense. You can't do that. I mean, economy is the result of people working, right? People accumulating wealth. You flood that many people, you just destroy money. You destroy everybody's wealth. It doesn't work like that, dude. It's like just a horrible idea from a practical perspective and culture, right? I mean, we talk about a diner, right? I mean, what was the classic American diner? Like, the waiter, the people working there. Yes, it's a cheap diner, right? They make burgers, but you get along with people, and it's community building, and the people there take their job seriously. They're able to work there and then provide for themselves. But now, since instead of paying less people more money for quality work, we decided to hire more people for lesser the money and have them ruin the work culture. Like, what do you think you're gonna get? I mean, look, I pay an American person, right? However you want to classify American person, I pay them. If I own a diner, I pay them $30 an hour. Have them work there for as long as they can. Because I know when I do that, I know they're going to take it seriously. They're not going to screw me over, right? And they're going to be nice to people, and people are going to like them too. That's what I know. I will not, by the way, spend $20 and hire 3 people that are illegal, that don't have the same culture as the native people, that goes in there with terrible attitude. And it's about to happen. They're going to go in there with terrible attitude if you pay them that less money for it's always quality over quantity. So it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, I see the IT industry has been just effed. Like, I'm in the IT industry. The IT industry has been just effed by mass migration and outsourcing to India and places like that. It's been effed. And so my business that I'm currently running, and hopefully we'll be getting an investment soon for, it's sounding very promising that we're going to get this investment. And if we do, I've already told the people that are investing that we are not hiring or outsourcing to India. Period. We're hiring people that are worth their money, and we're going to pay them what they're worth, right? We're not going to outsource to India. And even if we have to undercut industry standards slightly, jobs are jobs, and good paying jobs are hard to find nowadays. You know what I mean? So
yeah, look, I work in insurance claims, so you can imagine how stressful my job is. It's like it's not the translator. Having translator is annoying enough, but the thing is, like, I by the way, my job is very stressful. I just had, like, yesterday, I just had to spend almost an hour explaining to this person who came from certain society. I'm not going to say which society. Somebody just mentioned it, that when you pull out into somebody's lane from a parking space and you get hit, that's your fault. I had to take an hour to explain to this person this simple freaking idea. When you're on the street, you pull out, you get hit, sir, you're at fault. They
My
don't-
mother's talked about this. She works she does bookkeeping and kind of management and like back end business keeping for a couple different companies, but one of them is a roofing company in Florida. She said everyone knows that in Florida you get a lot of insurance claim jobs, right? So you get a lot of it, like there's a storm, you get an insurance claim. She says every single time without fail, a certain group of people from a country that was mentioned in the chat,
Mhm.
without fail, will try and haggle over insurance jobs. They'll be like, no, I want cheaper. I want they'll do this after, by the way. So they'll accept the insurance job, they'll get the roof done, and then before they pay, because they're supposed to pay out the insurance money, they'll try and say, no, less. I want less. I want to haggle. They're always haggling, and it's like, no. This is an insurance job, bro. And it's impossible to get them to pay. They're always trying to find excuses. They bring in lawyers. It's just the culture that they come from is like,
Yeah, the Armenians. It's like a prime example. The Armenians. I get like every single call. You know how all the Armenians, their last names ends in YAN, right? Yan,
Yes.
yan. If they're from Iran, it's IAN instead of YAN. Like, I'm telling you, no racial profiling. Every time I see like the caller name is YN, I'm like, here we go. There goes my next hour, because it's some scam. It's some. I was like, but it's like they don't understand it. They really just think that people are that stupid and they can do this.
well, that's because they've gotten away with it for years on the state level and from the federal level. But now that the Trump government is actually trying to crack down on some of these scams, a lot of these guys a lot of that money is drying up, and I think you're going to see a lot of them like voluntarily return home because they don't want to work. The only reason they're here is because they get like it's easy to scam. I mean, do you think I've told people this, in Somalia, and do you think the Somalians in Minnesota have the capability of surviving a winter without state and federal benefits? No, they would die in a single winter because they don't have the ability to provide for themselves. So I said the moment you cut off all of these scams and things like that, and these people actually have to work, they're gonna be like, I'm miserable here. I'm just gonna go back.
No, I actually agree with 100% what Luigi said on his stream. Don't even allow them to have cards.
Yeah, actually, I don't think a single legal immigrant should have the ability to open a bank account until they have a valid permanent residency card.
Exactly.
If you come into this country and you don't have the proper documentation, you don't have a visa, you don't have any of that stuff, it's like, I'm sorry, it's part of the process. You have to show me your visa.
No driver's license, no credit cards. I mean, do you know how much crime's committed with this shit? Like they just sent some tourist dudes in here and opened a bank account. No visa, no credit card. Okay, unless they get. I mean, I guess I'll make an exception.
The banking, like they could fix this overnight by just simply cracking down on the banking. The problem is Congress will never do it. Congress will never pass a law, because the Trump administration can only do so much with banking, or they're going to get sued to the oblivion, and the Supreme Court's going to say
but
you can't
the
do shit
fiat functions on people borrowing money and flooding money into the system. So it's how money works here. AZ Bat says elites benefits from mass immigration, lower wages, higher property value, hurts immigrants, hurts middle low. Yeah, see, this is the actual thing is what's going. It's not the Jews trying to destroy the white race. Okay, I mean, I have so many people say this crap. I was just asking FDA how to like deal with these people when he was here, but it's like, yeah, this is what's happening.
Was he here earlier?
What?
Was he here earlier?
No, he was here this weekend. But
okay.
It's like he's gone now. But like, this is what it is. You think that elites give a shit what race you are? You're not even human.
No, the thing is that I've always told people this: if you were to snap your fingers, and every single major Jewish power broker in the world, every billionaire and all Jewish power just vanishes. Every Jew in the world vanishes. Let's just say they're gone, painless. They're just vanished. They're transported to another part of the world. They don't have any connection to the outside world. They're just living on like some island, and they have no power. You know what's going to happen with that vacuum of power? It's going to be filled by other elites from other countries like China or India or other places. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to do the exact same bullshit that the current elite class are doing.
Yeah, you're not even human to them. You're just numbers. They're always going to live their lives. They don't care what you are. You're just a number. You are money. That's what you are.
This
You're
is why
talking-
nepotism is so important. We have like, listen, you guys want to combat that against this as an Orthodox? Nepotism. Support your local Orthodox.
There is one island. Yes, that's true.
There is a Orthodox nepotism has to be the priority for Orthodox people. Support Orthodox businesses. Invest into, listen, I know it's sometimes risky to throw, like, I only have a couple $1,000 in the bank, but I have this guy in my parish who has a really good idea for like a like say a food truck or some bull crap, like whatever it is, and I've tried his food, it's really good. Take the risk. Nepotism is good because if you take the risk and put your trust into somebody else and invest into other people in your community, they'll invest back into you when you need it. Nepotism is important. I
That's
cannot
why,
emphasize that enough.
I like anytime I have a kid, because I don't like to teach piano, although I'm like good at it, but I don't like to teach it. I don't like to. I always, guess what? I always I just refer them to the Russian ladies at the church.
Yeah,
because it's like this is what Russians do. They're not good at running big business. They're more blue collar workers. They do it. They're Matushka staying home. Okay, you can teach this kid piano. It's a little bit more money for the priest's family.
Well, exactly, and that's the other thing. Keep it into your community is really important because it helps build up the immune system response to big issues, right? If something big happens to the economy and the economy is going to crapper, you have a strong, tight-knit community that can circle the wagons.
Yeah.
Nepotism is technically illegal. Just do it, though. Just do it. Like, listen. The reason the big corporations get caught with like discrimination hires is because they have to like formalize everything and they have to explain how they're hiring somebody, how they decide to hire somebody. If I'm hiring somebody for my business, for example, as an IT professional, and I have 10 people in front of me, and I'm saying, there is an Orthodox guy and 10 people that are not Orthodox. I don't have to explain why I've chosen the Orthodox guy. It's like you just don't explain it; you just do it, right?
People, I've been arguing this. People have the right to have preferences. Yeah. It's not. I don't understand why that's a problem. I mean, DEI hires are just destructive. And like, trust me, we do it in our company. I'm not going to say what company it is, but it's like we do it in our company, and they quit. And guess what? Like when you in a big corporation like my company, like you hire somebody and they just quit. Like how long the hiring takes? Like 3 to 4 months. They hire that one person as it's some DEI moron, and they can't do the job. They quit. You know how much resources we just wasted? Like, and like if the position doesn't get filled, you know how many people are suffering that are actually working there because their workload just increased? It's like DEI sucks. Like seriously. Yeah, and that's bad. And then see, this is the problem with these mass migrants, especially Mexicans, because they come here, they literally hate everybody else. They will not hire anybody but themselves, and then they ruin the communities they go into.
I just want to point out that this happened in white places as well, like Italy. The Italians would only hire the Italians. The Irish only hired the Irish. Like mass migration of any one group into a concentrated area always ends up being nepotistic, always. Because Americans used to be nepotistic. We stopped. We adopted the lie that we don't need to be nepotistic, and that's just not the case. So.
But it's like, dude, if you're gonna move anybody into a society, that person has to be proven, or that group of people have to have like a proven record of being able to be a part of this society, right? You can't just flood a bunch of people in, because if you do that, they're gonna feel no obligation to that society. That's the problem. And when you have, because they already have you move their whole community, they have no obligation to our society. Instead, they think that we have an obligation to their society. I mean, it's like, I used to live in Riverside, California. You guys have no idea how painful it is to deal with these people. It's hard to find jobs because of that. And it's like, anywhere you go, they're the worst group of people to deal with.
Oh, they're horrible.
I mean, my old job, dude. Like my old job, here's what they did to me. It's like mostly.
They also make a mess of everything, by the way. Like they take that exact culture of throwing trash everywhere they go. They have no decorum for the natural environment at all. They just throw it out the window. They'll just, like, I've seen it so many times. When I was in Minnesota, I literally watched an Indian tourist group going through a beautiful park, and they're all like having like McDonald's. And you know what they just did? This is a park design. It's a flower park. So during the year that all the flowers bloom, they literally just went like this and just threw it to the side, 2 feet away from a trash can. They didn't care. They just threw it right into the bushes. They don't care. And so it's like it's a cultural thing. So it's like, no, we shouldn't accept it.
I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you guys what happened at my old job. So I was a music teacher, right? And we do contract for these school districts basically. And I was a supervisor, and I had this assistant that really just wanted to replace me. He's Mexican, right? And he started to go behind my back and talk to one of the schools, and who was run by Mexicans. And then they made up a bunch of lies about me, saying I'm intentionally misgendering students. And that sparked the whole BS. And I had to leave. But this is what happens. It's stupid. And, you know, I grew up hunting, right? I mean, I can, back in the day, like, you know, me and my buddy, we can grab his dad's gun. We drive out there to high desert California, and we can call for a few hours. We call in some coyotes. You can't do that anymore. I'll tell you why. Because if you go into high desert right now, like if you're there, you won't see darkness at night, right? What you're going to see is a bunch of fucking boiling pots because they're cooking meth. And then if you walk it during the day, it's like glass bottles, beer bottles, all sorts of stuff. Just it's a dumping ground. It's like I can't hunt there anymore because these people are using it as a dumping ground.
Oh my gosh, dude, I'm trying to deal with this. Like, I don't know if you've ever heard of this Ambrose guy, but he's one of the Latinizers.
Is he here?
No, it's on X. He's saying a catechumen, if a catechumen is already united to the Holy Church, then the Church would not pray for them to be united in due time.
What?
The Church does pray that catechumens be united to the, or therefore that catechumens are not already united to the Holy Church. No help needed. When I said the catechumens are a part of the Church, it's because they are a rank within the Church. Ask any priest this. There is a reason we have initiation services for catechumens. There is a reason why catechumens are distinct from inquirers. There's a reason we give them full funeral services.
I don't know if you're in one of these Russian churches.
Frustrating.
But,
yeah,
but like the Russian
I'm in a
church,
Russian church, yeah.
But I'm the Russian church I was in, like, because I was given my, so I you know, I think I did a short video on it, but so in the Greek Antiochian churches, even some of the Serbian churches, like when they make you a catechumen, they actually don't say the full prayer for you.
They'll do kind of a shortened version.
They'll do a shortened version, right? So that was done for me at the Greek Archdiocese. But what happens when I moved to Rokor for a short period of time, you know, my priest at Rokor, very traditional priest, is a friend of my Serbian priest, obviously. He's like, no, that is not complete. You're not even I don't consider you a catechumen. That was not complete. And you know what they did? And this is what they do to all catechumens. They finished the entire prayer of the catechumenate, and then at that moment, they actually give you your patron saint at that moment. So I became Alexander at that moment, not at my baptism. I was already Alexander before, you know, as a catechumen. So we can clearly see it in the minds of the fathers. And by the way, these prayers are not BS. Like these prayers, and I absolutely align with Rokor that they should do the full prayer.
I agree.
The fathers were not flying a kite when they wrote these things. Like the people that they were catechizing, making catechumens, a lot of them were like worshiping crazy shit.
There's we do a first exorcism for catechumens.
Yeah.
They are a rank in the church, period. Now, does that mean they're fully illumined members? No. There's a distinction there. But they are a rank in the church.
Boss, only church I've around me is Greek. Do you think I should be wary of more liberal, depending on where?
Nah,
Like
it
Greeks
really depends on where, but like honestly, most Greek churches are decent. Like this idea that the Greeks are super liberal is mostly because of the Pacific Northeast.
Yeah, they're kids. Mostly it's their kids. It's not the old grandmas. It's their freaking kids that are in college that are libtards. And unfortunately, you're going to have to deal with some ecumenism because the Greeks here, they don't have autocephalus. So Bartholomew kind of just make them do cuck shit. So like, you know, when Pope Francis died, he ordered all Greek churches around the world, including United States. He ordered that moron Alpidophoros to force all his church recite to the entire congregation. We treat Pope Francis as a quote brother in Christ. Unfortunately, they can't resist it. They can't resist it. They have to say it. You're gonna have to deal with that in the Greek church. I'm sorry, brother. That's just what it is.
Yeah, I mean, you could just read the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America. They have the making of a catechumen. They have the first, second, and third exorcism. They have the prayers.
Yeah, it's crucial, dude.
It literally says right here, do you renounce Satan and all of his works and all of his worship and all his angels and all his pomp? And each time the catechumen or the sponsor of the person is to be baptized is a child or a foreigner, I do renounce him. I have renounced Satan. I renounce Satan.
Yeah. Does it say, can you look at it? Does it say, do you unite yourself to Christ?
Yes. It says,
okay. Oh, and that too.
Have you joined Christ? I have joined Christ. And do you believe in him? I believe in him as a king and as God. After the completion of the creed, the priest asks thrice, have you joined Christ? I have joined him. Have you joined Christ? I have joined him. Have you joined Christ? I have joined him. Then bow before him and worship him.
And Boss VG, to Boss VG, by the way, just saying, when I began my catechesis in the Greek Archdiocese, there was like Mother Teresa and St. Francis of Assisi quotes all over the place in the catechesis. Just so you know. And this is they have like a joint agreement on catechesis with the Roman Catholics.
It's ridiculous.
I'm sorry. It's what the Greeks do nowadays. I don't pin this on Greek people.
And the old world, and to be fair, the old world Greeks are much less problematic than the new world Greeks. And that's because, again, a lot of the Greeks are very liberal in America.
Yeah, the most secular Orthodox community here would be Greeks and some rich Russians. Like the Greeks are probably the most secular community out of all the Orthodox ethnics.
Yeah, some of the Russian people in like California and Florida, they can be a little bit secularized, but overall,
I have them there. When FDA was there the other night, and then the Russians, you know, we had our barbecue, and then there was the Russians. A lot of rich Russians live there. They're Muslims. Like, what the hell, dude? That's like. And then they want us to pray with them. And then my buddy's like, no. But I was like, okay, well, here's what I said. I said, you guys can join me in prayer. We're not going to pray for you, you know, I mean, like with you, but you can, if you want, I'm going to pray here. You guys can come and listen. But it's like, yeah, but another thing you're going to run into in the Greek Archdiocese is that they're very ethnic. They're probably the most ethnic based church ever. Like, the Russians will actually open up to you in time. I promise you they will. Well, the Greeks,
it takes time. It's just a cultural thing with the Russians. The Russians are very culturally like.
Yeah, but the Greeks will maybe not do that as well as the Russians. There's a Romanian church, but they're purely a Romanian community. I'd take the Romanian church any day. Just letting you know.
Serbians and Romanians are really solid in America.
Yeah, and
elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. They'll do with you for sure. I want to go to a Georgian Orthodox church. I just couldn't find one. I think there's like maybe one or two in the States.
There's like 5 or 6 or something like that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, none near me. That's just the case. Are you still dealing with the guy who's on a? And you saying the Latinizer are talking crap about catechumens?
Well, no, I made the point where let me see if I can find it. Because they lost their minds when I said this. It was with Cleave to Antiquity. Cleave to Antiquity was saying something, and they all lost their minds about it. And I was like, "What are you even talking about? You guys
All
are
right.
out of your
Yeah, I
minds."
thought the
Let me
cleat
pull it
post
up.
is like fruits of Latinizing. Ananda already considering apostasy.
I think that was it. Oh wait, no, it's this one.
Yeah, he thinks Saint John Damascus taught the Filioque and was inquiring into the Roman Catholic Church.
Yes.
Like, what the hell, dude?
But this is why I told people this a while ago when he nearly apostatized the first time. Like, sorry. Where is it? I'll find it. Hold on.
Did you see the what's his name? The guy who says we should all be killed. You see that
Yeah,
one?
Corey Mahler. Yeah, he's an idiot.
That guy is a total idiot. And the other guy who I'm hypocrite guy, it's more ridiculous. He made a whole video called "I'm racist." Like, what the hell? Like, you're in your 50s. It's like, can you grow the hell up? It's like these people on Twitter. This is why I'm not on Twitter. It's not good for my mental health.
Yeah, I just ignore it after. Like, see, for me, I'm very good at compartmentalizing it, and other people aren't. And trust me, I don't
I
get.
just don't want to see that crap every day. And it's like I try to be on there. And there's like a lot of people on there. I met some pretty horrible people. I mean, it's like,
oh yeah, a lot of those people are really.
And,
really bad.
and they got mad at me for the first account. Like, they got so mad at me for like saying, I was like, guys, you guys shouldn't be commemorating Charlie Kirk as a saint. That's all I said. And then they're like, this, that. And I was like, dude, it's like, yeah, I get it. He's doing so like Godfather, right? It's like, he's a big Kirk fan. Boomer, right? Kirk fan. I was like, oh, you know, you see all this stuff he's doing with young men. I get it. But the problem is, like, it's not that what they're being lead out of. It's actually what they're holistically being led towards, which is deep state, globalist, elite, brainwashed clowns.
Yes.
That's the goal.
So I found it. So Ananda, who is the guy that was considering apostasy, because Cleve mentioned it, he says, no, actually, contrary to popular belief, I don't want the people I disagree with co-signed to eternal torment. That's what Cleave to Antiquity said. He said, I'm not sure what inquiring into Roman Catholicism means apostasy anyways. I much appreciate the sentiment, I guess, which is just snide. Yeah, and then Hosanna, who is one of these Latinizers, comments, yeah, it's kind of crazy considering you're currently a member in good standing. Well, the only reason you're a member in good standing, considering you've potentially apostatized twice, is because your priest probably doesn't know of your activities online. But anyways, he continues to say, consider you're a member in good standing, and Cleve is currently outside the church objectively. That's what he said. And I said, a catechumen is not outside the church. This is Orthodoxy 101 stuff. That's what I said. They proceed to have the biggest crash out I have ever seen in my life. People saying, yes, they are. They're outside of the church. And then people saying, please take a real licensed IQ test and post the results. If you score a point above 100, I'll stop posting forever. Someone saying, you know, cut it out with like memes. We have some people saying, like, giving me a weird look with like a bunch of like comments. The church is, you're not, guys, a catechumen is a rank in the church. It's a rank in the church. It doesn't mean you're a fully illumined member of the church. Never said that. But notice how they all assume the worst case interpretation of me. It's always that way.
And by the way, boss, I am firm on this. I've said it like 10 times, and I'm still going to say that Charlie Kirk was never close to orthodoxy. He was never going to convert to orthodoxy. The guy
he was curious at best. At best, he was curious.
At best. Dude, you understand his entire rich livelihood is built on deep state money. How the hell is he ever going to become Orthodox? I mean, he only opened it up for those conversations towards the end of his life. You know why? Because people were calling him out on it. And it was the Groypers. They're like, you are Zionist shill. You are Zionist shill. And he realized some of his own brainwashed fan base were starting to question him. That's why. And he was forced to give these people a platform.
To be fair, though, the Orthodox, him engaging with the Orthodox priest, I think, was much more good faith than engaging with the Groypers. But that being said, Holly, this guy said, isn't there a quote from Saint Cyril that basically says catechumens are hated by God until they're received? God doesn't hate anybody, dude.
It's like
God doesn't hate anybody.
Yeah,
they're so dumb.
They get Orthodox funeral. I mean, why is Saint George canonized? Clear, like our new catechumens, I always give him an icon of Saint George. Just he wasn't fully receiving your church. But it's like, but Charlie Kirk, he was never going to become Orthodox. I mean, he had those conversations with the priest, and he allowed those oppositions to him only because he was called out and he was afraid of losing fan base, because his job is literally to brainwash people. I mean, what do you guys really think that was? And he's leading young men out of this, out of that. I was like, what is he leading them into? To subscribe to the evangelical Zionist nonsense. And everybody's like, you are so unchristlike. You cannot be Orthodox. And I had this damn moron. This is Jay Server guy who's like, unfortunately, here's what he said to me. Unfortunately, everybody can use this sign. And this sign, he put like an Orthodox cross. I was like, really, fucker? Like, I'm not using that sign in my profile. You're the only one using that sign. I don't have a cross in my profile. Like, come on, dude. You guys are stupid. And then guess what? Last week, Jay Dyer came out and said the same thing I've been saying. I'm vindicated. You see, even these people who are, quote, ortho bros, they don't have a mind of their own. They just like to follow people. That's like, can you read for yourself, for God's sake? Can you start to read for yourself? Like, come on, dude. I ran Turning Point USA's chapter in my college. You think I don't know?
To be fair, what I will say is that TPUSA, Charlie Kirk, and all that stuff. Listen, at the end of the day, I always knew that they weren't going to be they were evangelical slop organization. That's what they were. Okay, at the end of the day, that's what they were. That being said, do they do some good? Sure. One can acknowledge that they do some good, but they're not Orthodox. And so at the end of the day, we got to stop pretending that they are. This is ecumenist nonsense. It's ecumenist mind control slop on you guys, where it's always like, oh, but he was a really nice guy. It's like, yeah, sure. We should pray for his soul. We should pray for Charlie Kirk's soul.
Of course.
Intensely. But all these people that try and say he's a martyr and stuff like that, and they say, yeah, but he's as close to, like, he was so close to Orthodoxy. It's like, no, you're trying to rationalize why you feel bad for him dying, and you should feel bad for him dying. But pray for his soul. That's what the appropriate thing is to do. I knew Orthodox people that attended that giant evangelical like celebration of life thing with the Charlie Kirk, the big stadium thing they did.
A lot of my friends did. They're not Orthodox, but a lot of them drove to Arizona.
If you're Orthodox, you should not have gone there. You should not have gone there. You're participating in the worship of evangelical pagans, in my opinion.
But honestly, guys, the true terrifying part about that incident, it's not that how radical. It's honestly not how radicalized some certain people got, and it's not the fact that somebody was murdered. It's that it happened organically. That shows you like how good the elites are at seeing these things through. Because think about it, like the goal is to radicalize people. Because when you radicalize people, they fall into anger. They are easier to control by falling into extremist narratives. And this is what happens every time we have these nonsense that are happening. And it would not be as terrifying as somebody actually had him assassinated. right? But if this is actually, a natural phenomenon, that is way more scary than somebody actually planned it and intentionally went there, to assassinate him and to I mean, it's like, it shows you how the elites planning are, how good they are on time. They knew like this sort of stuff would eventually happen. I mean, that's just way more terrifying than actually somebody, planning to assassinate him and name it on.
So, Bishop Alec, this pisses off all the right people. A sinner dies not because God slays him in the punishment, so that God might revenge himself on him. For man cannot offend God, nor does God experience any satisfaction at the death of a man. The sinner dies because he has alienated himself from the source of life. God is not responsible for evil, nor is he the cause. I mean, those guys would be very upset about that.
Yeah, I don't know about blood libel.
I saw a conspiracy that it was blood libel, that the way he was murdered, where he was shot. Guys, he was shot in the neck because that's it was slightly above. I mean, being shot right here is not significantly far off from body mass. The guy was aiming for body mass. Okay, anybody who's done any even remote amount of hunting knows you shoot for body mass because you have to compensate for bullet drift one way or the other.
It's clear he was aiming at the head, and that's the bullet drop.
Yeah.
What do you think about the mainstream? What do you think about a mainstream? I'd be in there getting shot by it. Doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't look like a 30-06 to me. It's probably a lighter caliber.
Guys, I was in the military. I also hunted for years. Bullets do weird ass things, and there are some bullets that are literally designed to stay in the body, even though they're high caliber.
No.
Okay, there's.
It's definitely not a 5.56 because I've tested ballistic gel. It doesn't look like a 5.56 because it would have went through. It doesn't look like it's more. If I feel like it's a larger blunt type of caliber, but
from what has been released so far in the trial, what the medical examiner said, the medical examiner found shards throughout his body, shards of the bullet. So it was clearly a soft point, hollow, so that it breaks apart and expands in the body once it impacts. That simple.
Yeah, this is the after show, bro. We're just chilling until I feel tired enough to go to sleep. I don't think it really. I don't know why people were so fixated on the bullet thing. It's like
someone says, "Cletus deletus, dude." I'm telling you, I've seen bullets meant to murder people in war do weirder things than that. Okay, simple. That's that simple.
Yeah, bro says he didn't hit his target properly because of his limp wristed grip on the wrist. Oh my god.
Wow. And guys, this is what should scare you, is that how easy it is to radicalize these leftists against us. They will murder us.
And it's also easy. It's also easy to radicalize rightist. And but the process is completely different, though, I have to say. But the thing about, and it really depends on what they want to do, right? Because leftist violence is very different than right-wing violence. Like leftist violence, they're more prone to violence because they're dumb. They don't have self-control. They're more likely to lash out. It's easier to just get them to go out at it, right? But the right violence is it's designed to be a response to the left violence, and usually, it takes longer. But whenever the right does decide to become violent, it's going to be way more violent and deadly than the left. I'm just letting you guys know.
Yes, but listen, Seraphim Webster, listen. Good Lord. Nobody, even the best trained sniper in the world, is going to be able to target and pinpoint the carotid artery. It's called accidental. It's called, you aim for the neck, you're going to hit something vital. The neck is not that big. You get a bullet in the neck, the chances of it hitting something vital is very high. Like, come on.
Yeah, they just get fed it right away. Yeah, that's true.
People buy into these narratives. These like, oh, it's always the feds. Listen, it's not always the feds. Sometimes the left is just freaking nuts, and they get radicalized precisely because they're nuts. Okay, why do you think there's all these trans shooters? Do you think half these trans shooters ever lifted a gun in their life? No, they went to the gun range a couple times, learned how to shoot a little bit, and learn how to reload a gun, and went on a spree. That's what they do. And like, listen, I get it. MK Ultra, all the stuff. There's some truth to that, okay? But when you make everything that, you actually downplay.
In the Marine Corps, there's an infantryman who fail to hit target at 200 yards of M27.
What does that have to do with this guy? He was an avid hunter growing up. He was an avid sports hunter growing up. He was in a conservative family that did hunting and sports shooting. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you want.
The left,
by the way,
not, the right gets fed.
Just like, it's so frustrating, guys. He was not a trained asset. Okay, and there wasn't a second shooter, and his microphone wasn't rigged to explode like all these stupid ass conspiracies. You know what happened? A unhinged leftist saw an opportunity and took it.
Yeah, that's true. See, John knows what's up.
John, thank you. Yes. Like, stop falling for every retarded Candace Owens conspiracy that drifts off the internet, guys. Candace Owens is a retard. Ian Carroll is a retard. Stu Peters is a retard. None of these people will defend their views. Okay, now I'm not saying that you can't question some of these things, but you don't have access to any of the information yet. We don't know what was collected by the feds yet. We don't know what's collected by the police yet. We haven't seen the evidence. Wait till the trial. You can ask questions, but don't like come up with these. Dude, she accused the French Foreign Legion, the Egyptian government, the Israeli government, the United States government, like who's not involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination at this point?
I mean, she did like 24 consecutive show on Erica Kirk, and it's still continuing.
Well, Seraphim, I might not disagree with you on that. Listen, I'm not calling you stupid. I'm just saying, like, let the evidence come out, then you can start looking into it a little bit more deeply. But at the end of the day, I have no reason to suspect anybody else. No one has provided any plausible person besides Tyler Robinson. There's been no plausible evidence or anything provided. So at the end of the day, I'm still an evidence person. Like, you gotta give me something to convince me otherwise, other than say, well, it seems a little ridiculous that a 30-06 didn't blow through his neck. It's like, well, it depends on the quality of the ammunition. What type of ammunition it was. Was it soft point? Was it hollow? Like, there's so many factors, and it's like, I don't have that information. You don't have that information. No one has that information right now. We know for sure it wasn't Full Metal Jacket, because if it's Full Metal Jacket, yeah, you're probably like 99.9999% of the time it's blowing right through, right? There would have to be some miraculous way that it deflects down or something like that. So,
right. So it's like, but the important thing for us to understand is don't get radicalized by anybody.
No.
It's like none of these movements ever goes well. It's always
get radicalized by marrying a woman and having a lot of children. That's the worst thing you can do for the elite. They hate that.
Yeah.
You want to oppose the elite? Have big families. Get involved in your community. Build a business. Be successful. They hate that. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Have you guys seen Owen Benjamin, another Charlie Kirk truther, call the Trinity a gay relationship and come after Jay Dyer recently? Yeah, but Owen Benjamin's been unhinged retard for a long time now. He got completely BTFO'd by Jim Bob, like, what was it, like 2 or 3 years ago on the Trinity? Owen Benjamin. The comedian guy, super tall guy. Calls himself Big Bear.
I do think Owen Schroyer. Do you know Owen Schroyer? This is another commentator I used to watch. I do actually think he did pretty well against Andrew Wilson. But on the Trump, Owen Schroyer.
I think Andrew did okay considering he took a really bad prompt. Like, that prompt put him on the defensive the entire time. But I think Owen Schroyer did good. But most of the problem with Owen Schroyer is all of his arguments were just kind of like incredulity. It was like, I personally think he should be doing more.
Yeah.
But you like what he's doing, you just think he should be doing more. Well, yeah. So then he can't be the worst president since sliced cheese, right? You know what I mean? It's like, he can't be that bad if you like some of the things he's doing, right? It can't be as bad as Obama. Can't be as bad as Bush. Can't be as bad as like what we would have had with Clinton or Kamala or Biden, right? Like, so I don't know. It's just kind of ridiculous.
Tiger King on the Jay Dyer show.
Who? Who's Tiger King?
Tiger. You're talking about like Sagat from Street Fighters? This is the only person I think. I don't know. No idea who you're talking about, dude.
So you know Timothy, who I have on my channel quite often?
Yeah. What did he do? The gay guy?
No, just so you got to hear this. This is why I don't take SIG seriously, guys. This right here is exactly why I don't take anything that Goober says seriously.
Can I give you permission to like share, or can you not share?
I think I can. Let me.
Troyer bleached his hair after Andrew debate and was on Jay this week. Oh, I didn't know that. Can you share or no?
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm trying to find it first.
You like the K-pop music in there?
Yeah, I mean it's fine.
You like to speak Korean or no?
My Korean is okay. My Korean's okay. It's I understand more than I can speak. My speaking is there. I can share screen.
There.
Share screen. There we go. You see this?
Yeah.
It's just like this is like next level like ego stroking. A major problem, especially with online discourse between those that are intellectuals. Who do you think he's putting in that camp? Himself, of course. And those the intellectual labels as grifters is that they believe that they are seriously doing the Lord's work by pointing out this perceived. I don't know what that means. Perceived. The reality is that good content creators will be able to make good, meaningful content that will perform well, irrespective of drama baiting. So again, he's pointing out Cleve, Alex Soren, myself. Like we all know who he's talking about because he's saying, "Oh, these guys are just drama baiters." No, we're pointing out problems within the church. Like these people are insane. To point out, or rather attempt to point out, that there are others in the field that are grifters exposes the shoddiness of your own work.
Oh my God.
You should want to do the work simply for the enjoyment of furthering the conversation. See, like my reason for doing this work is better than your reason for doing this work. It's like so childish.
You know what? I will debate Latinizing. So any Latinizing or anyone who clip this, like you guys can come on my channel and talk shit. So I'm gonna take some heat off Nikolai. If you guys want to come here and have a conversation with me, I'll debate you.
They won't do it, dude. I've tried to have conversations with these guys. I've tried to ask them about PSA. I've tried to ask them about inherited guilt. They just immediately go into, well, what about this saint? Oh, look at this saint. Oh, I have a quote from this saint. It's like, I don't care about quotes. I want you to defend your position.
Well, I mean, I just want to know which bishop, if their bishop agrees with them, and when they're not submitting to their bishop. If your bishop doesn't agree, then your bishop is heretic. So why are you in communion with a heretic? That's what I don't understand.
I don't know, man. It's irritating.
I mean, there's absolutely no need to talk about theology with any of these people. Seriously, on a serious level. No, it's a waste of time because they're just either redefining terms or quote mining. So I just want to know why that is the right way to think of orthodoxy. That's all I want to know.
It's not.
I'm willing to be convinced. I'm just putting that out there. I'm willing to be convinced of Latinizing. All right, just come have a conversation with me. I mean, I don't know why you guys get so much attraction, but with specifically these people. But
well, it's because I call them out. Because I tell them, like, why should we listen to you? I have my bishop, I have my clergy, Father Stephen. Like, listen, at the end of the day, I always tell people, it's like, at the end of the day, you want to know where I get my beliefs from. Father Stephen DeYoung, my own clergy, Father Panagiotis, Father Josiah Trenum, Father Peter Hears. I consume their content. I read I read the writings that they recommend, and I come to conclusions about things, right? And I go, oh, what they're saying is in line with these things.
You said Miko is black?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
He posted a picture of himself.
Oh god. Is he like black or like?
He's black. He's got dreads, the whole works. Now he blurs out his face, but you can see his arm skin and stuff like that. He's black. He's a black boy.
Yeah. Because they're leading Muslims away from Islam and confusing them about the Orthodox faith. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what it means is that what he's saying is that these guys do anti-Muslim apologetics. All these Latinizers in the UK, they go to Speaker Corner and do that stuff, but then they mislead the Muslims about what we actually believe as Orthodox. And so what you're going to do is you're actually going to do harm to these people because they're going to be like, well, I was under the impression that Orthodox believe this. And they're going to feel betrayed and all these other things.
It's always the black Brits. I mean, I heard the black Brits. I don't know if they need Brits. They revolted in the 80s or something, and then Britain was like, "Let's just buy you guys tickets to go back to Africa." And then they got mad, and they.
Well, no. Who wants to go back there? Who wants to go back there?
Nobody. Like, come on. That's
so,
the Somalian. I mean, I love what happened to Elhan Omar. Like, I was like. But I don't like Somalians. It's like, what the hell?
They're horrible. I saw what they did to my state, the state that I grew up in. It's just
they're horrifying. They're not just horrible; they're horrifying. Go back to Africa being border. I mean, I think some of these African countries they still eat each other. So,
guys. I don't understand, like, you know what frustrates me?
What?
You know that Rakai guy that is like big streamer, he's black streamer, and he's like all these, like, they're doing that streamer university. I don't know if you saw it on the news, like this guy's doing streamer university, so all these like wannabe like big streamers are going to like these dorms and they're living in a university setting for a while they try and figure out this stuff, right? And do these things. Here's my problem with this stuff. It's like, why? Like the younger generation is so cooked. If these are the influencers that they're listening to, they're so cooked, dude. It's insane. I can't do it. Cannot do it.
Yeah, I don't know. The United States is messed up. I don't think there's any fixing to it that would work. Some African countries have buildings, so they're rich. Well, did you guys see, like, when the French left, like the Chinese took over, like what the Chinese workers were saying about the blacks? It's hilarious. They can't even drive those construction vehicles. Like, they just use it as like battering rams. Like, they can't even teach them. They're not teachable. But like Somalians, like pretty much all of them are inbreds, right? Like, they all look the same.
Overwhelmingly the case, yeah.
And Zelensky too. Zelensky and a lot of Ukrainians they kind of look similar. I realized. Bro says we're cooked. Yeah, we are cooked, dude. Cleta says, I wonder what's your guys' thoughts on why Africa is how it is right now. I mean, it's just not as well developed.
It's a huge, it's a wide variety of problems.
I mean, resources, genetics,
culture.
Well, that comes from the previous two, right? Like resource and
religion. Their religion as well. Their religions that they held to for a long time. Lots of exploitation from warlords. They never developed economies. So one of the things you'll notice that in Europe that happened very early in the course of history is they had to have someone who worked with leather to produce certain things, right? Or work with fibers or something like that. And then they had to develop industries. Africa didn't have the opportunity to ever develop its own industries, though there were some kingdoms in Africa, like Ethiopia and stuff like that, that had started. But the problem is that they were too far behind. And so by the time they started developing that, they got conquered. And what happens when they get conquered is that it's all given to them.
Yeah.
The
And they were
colonial
not
powers
taught how to do
gave
it.
them and they were never taught how to develop their own industries. So now you have these people who they subsist off of getting shoes shipped from China in order to but they don't know how to make their own shoe. They don't even know how to make their own wooden shoe or leather shoe or anything like that. Like Europe had to learn how to do all that. Asia had to learn how to do all that. They never really did. And you see this in other places besides Africa. You see this with Polynesian tribes in the middle of nowhere. They only developed the technology that they needed to accomplish certain tasks, like fishing boats and sailing far, right? They didn't develop a wheel. They didn't have wheels, right? So that's a lot of their. The British gave them tools, yeah, but you don't give someone tools. You have to teach them how to. You have to teach them how to make tools. Like just giving them the tools.
Yeah, so like all the roads they were building, they can't even maintain it.
Yes, because they don't know how to do it.
Yeah, it looks really horrible. And then but again, the Chinese are there. They try to teach them how to do it. They can't do it. It's just like
to be fair, Burkina Faso is seeing massive amounts of success by building roads themselves. They're building their own equipment. They're building their own stuff. And the new leader of Burkina Faso is doing this precisely because he's an effective leader. He understands the limitations of his people, right? You have to have good leadership. And part of the thing that takes a people out of that is having good leadership. And Africa hasn't had good leadership in hundreds of years. So yeah, look into Burkina Faso and the new roads they're building. It's all in-house. They're getting no outside funding, other than they were given some road making heavy duty machinery from Russia. That's it. The rest of it, they're building themselves. They're developing the infrastructure themselves, and that's good because they need to learn how to do that. If they don't learn how to do that and how to maintain it themselves, then it doesn't matter how much money we throw at them. It's never going to get better.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it is a result of the fall. It's quite unfortunate. Certain groups of people they just fell behind.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people just fell behind. And you see, once you fall behind, catching up is difficult because it's all handed to you, like we explained. Once everything's handed to you, like there's no. How many of you guys could learn how many people, even in the modern day world, would be able to actually maintain what we've built? Society, how many of you guys could, I'm a network engineer. How many of you guys, if the internet went out tomorrow and there was a mass EMP hit, how many people know how to make a router? I can make a router. You're not going to get the internet again without having these skills take decades and decades of passing that knowledge down in order to build these things. But even most network engineers don't know how to build a router from scratch. They have prefabricated things that come from a factory now, and they install it and they know how to work it once it's installed, but they don't know how to actually build it from scratch. It's like all these things are being lost. How many of you guys could build a light bulb from scratch? Do you guys know how Thomas Edison did it? No, that knowledge is now gone. It's all just prefabricated in a factory, right?
But I'll tell you guys what, hold on, what was I going to say? A little late over here. The language don't even have word for repair or maintenance. The culture doesn't have the concept yet. That's true. I mean,
for some of them, yeah.
I argued these things when I was in higher academic because I have my master's degree, right, in psychology. So I argue these things when I was doing my master's to pretty much an entire school of leftist morons, and I treat everybody well as and then they keep making a great example case study we did was South America. It's why was the South America getting destroyed by the Spaniards and they were so much left behind? And then everybody said, "Oh, so they don't have the resources." It's not the resources. There are like people differences that exhibit in these people, right? And there's also religious, cultural differences, because all these colleges, they teach egalitarianism, which is bullshit, right? And it's like I have to fight against that my entire career in higher academic. Egalitarianism it's not how society worked, and it's not how societies will work, right? It's like you have to. It doesn't mean you treat these people horribly, but it's like, well, how long have the Spaniards went to freaking South America? I mean, they helped them build all that stuff. I mean, look at South America now.
It's a crapshoot. But that being said, I will point out something here. If it was purely genetic, that these people just have a predisposition to having a lower tier society than other groups of people, let's just say that were the case. Here is a big problem that you have with that. You'd have to explain how El Salvador has become basically completely turned around their country and is rapidly becoming a first world nation, despite their demographics not changing. Right?
Yeah,
so there
people
is
can absolutely change. It's just like their tendencies.
It's effective leadership that understands the limitations of their people. Effective leadership can go a long way in dissuading the bad aspects of your culture and improving the good aspects of your culture and your people.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just like, it's like with certain minorities here. Obviously, we know who it is, but it's like if you're not willing to identify the problems, there's no way to help you.
Yep.
It's like all those psychologists that came out and said, well, there are IQ doesn't matter, and guess what? There are genetic differences in that. And all these people push back and they whine about it. But all of these psychologists that they call white supremacists, they all came out and said
guys, I just saw another white guy, and now I feel like I need to move.
But it's like, dude, all these people are doctors. They want to help people. All of them in their interviews have said it's not. We're not even trying to there's no point to even dispute that there are no genetic differences, right? Is the problem is how much difference? How much percentage is genetic? How much percentage is cultural? And the reason we want to know that is not that we're going to go treat people horribly, is that we can help people.
Yeah. Well, here's what I always say to people that are like super into the race realism stuff. I like, okay, let's say 30% of, or let's say 60%, or even 70% of what makes you able to be like your intelligence. Let's say 70% of your intelligence it comes from genetics. Let's say that, right?
Sure.
Now, I think that's reasonable. Some people would argue lower, some might argue slightly higher, but let's just go right in the middle, 70, 65, 70%. 30% variance is massive if you include cultural things. So let's say you have an 80 IQ. Let's say you have 80, like you're predisposed to an 80 IQ. Let's just say you are. Add 30% of your 80 IQ on top of that, you're within the normal range of a totally functional person in society. You're within range. You're still probably lower than 100, but what's 30% of 80, right?
Yeah, it's like
you add that on top.
Yeah, that'd be like 90.
Yeah, like 90, 95, almost 100. That's within relatively normal range of most people. And so what we should do is not emphasize the things that we can't change. You can't change the genetics of somebody, but what you can do is change the all the other factors that give it the highest likelihood to achieve greatness within their range of ability.
By the way, Octavian, I don't know why if you came earlier, there was a TO, because last time we had a TO call in and Octavian just tried to murder the guy.
Octavian's funny. I like him. He's a good guy.
Look at Tanzania. They went after means of production, and farmers after Collins left, they tried to control wealth. Always pay attention to what farmers are saying in your country. They're integrated with it. Yeah, I mean, it's like, but if you look at like black people in China, right? They're also pretty horrible over there too, right? Like, I did a video on it. I don't know, you weren't there that night, but Nicola, I went on the Chinese TikTok and I translated what the Chinese report of blacks in the country.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, dude, it's like these people were just astonished. They rent the house to one guy, and then a month later they check on it.
It's trashed.
There's 20 people in there,
Mhm.
and it's like, you ever been to like the playground where they have those little ball pools for kids to jump in there?
Yeah.
And it's like that, but with bottles and trash.
Well, no, and the thing is that, but that's, again, you can't import somebody and then expect them to integrate into the society. You can't. You can't mass import these people. It doesn't work because there's no incentive for them to change their behaviors. The only people that, like, the people that integrate best are where they're a single person in a wider industry, and then they're forced to integrate into that, like, company's culture and everything else, and they have no choice. They have to learn the language, they have to learn the culture, because they're isolated.
I mean, isn't
They're by
it a
themselves.
sensible thing to do though? Like when you go into somebody else's house and they invite you, you should be thankful. You should abide by the rules of the house. I think that's just a sensible thing to do. Right? It's like you can't go to somebody's house, expect them to speak your language. You can't go to somebody's house and expect them to follow your
But that's what you got to remember. The whole world babies black people and Africans. They baby them. They baby them because they don't expect them to integrate. They don't expect them to integrate into the societies. They don't expect them to integrate into anything because they're like, oh, well, they have excuse. They had colonialism, so we have to make up for it by like giving them a pat on the head and pretending that ignoring all these other problems that they have.
And this is the other thing. Like Chinese doesn't really mean anything. It just means people who are citizens of that country. It's like that country was not even called China. It's like. But it's like my ancestry is very diverse because I'm from the Northeast, right? My parents, I have a lot of Korean in me, like a quarter.
Got to remember, Manchuria was Korean for an incredibly long period of time.
Yeah, and then we fought the Koreans. We brought Korean slaves in, and then, like Korea is still making movies about it. The Manchurian-Korean War. There's a movie called The Swordsman. Allegedly, they killed one of our princes, and I'm like, no, that's bullshit. It never happened. But it was a really good movie. I love it.
Korea's early in its history was it dominated in the battlefield against other Asian nations. And Goryeo was an incredibly effective army and military. They controlled most of Manchuria at some point. There's always been Koreans are probably closest to Mongolians and Churchens and
So I'm Manchurian. My mother's side's Manchurian, right? They're Jurchens, the same shit, right? Yeah. It's like the Chinese hates us.
Oh, Han Chinese hate those people. That's why they're trying to gaslight everyone into being Han. In China.
Yeah, when I try to tell people like that, hey, and there's really no genetic difference between us, by the way. It's like because like when the Manchu ate flags entered China, they just started interbreeding. Like they wanted to be homogenous for a few generations, and they just started intermixing with people.
Someone said probably Russian as well. That's very recent. So there's not as much Russian admixture as you would think in those regions, though there is some.
My cousin, the guy is a giant. He's 6'4". His dad is a little bit Russian. So you can tell he looks really weird. I'll show you guys a picture of him. My half brother too. His mom has Russian DNA, but it's recent, right? It's like my half brother. You can't tell you look at him, you think he's from Kazakhstan or wherever the Borat movie was set in.
Kazakhstan.
Yeah, Stan. Sorry. It's funny though. Do
you know the Tuvans?
No. Yeah, but
Tuvan people are basically like a splinter group of Mongolians in Russia,
Yeah.
and my bishop said that in the Tuvan Republic of Russia, majority of the people that are going to church now are no longer ethnically Russian only. It's actually a majority Tuvan.
That's good.
So they're converting a lot of the people there, and Tuvans are shamanistic Buddhists. So
Yeah, but it's like people were. China was not like China is just like nobody called that until like I think the last century, like that. But it's like I think there's 54 recognized ethnic groups, and there's all these mixes. My family was from the border of Russia, so like you drive an hour, that's Vladivostok, and we're right across it's called I forgot the place. It's by right on the line of the Amur River. Right, that's where they're from.
Which is the river that splits North Korea from China, right?
Yeah, and then flows go up to the Mudan River, which goes into Russia. And my parents have been trying to get my grandparents to get the hell out of there because it's freezing. Like, but they won't leave. And then in between,
they're stubborn.
That's Harbin. So Harbin means fishnet. That's where all the Manchurians used to hang their fishnet. So Harbin's where one of the only Orthodox churches in China is. So yeah,
I heard that there's a growing amount of Orthodox communities that don't have a parish yet.
They're underground, so it's like priests would travel, something like that. But the established ones, if you want to count, including Hong Kong, there's like 4. There's Beijing inside the embassy. There's Hong Kong. They're trying to create a Chinese Orthodox church, like with more Chinese stuff in there. And then
the Hong Kong one, I know that they're really working hard to translate a lot of stuff into Chinese, and I know they've sent at least 2 or 3 seminarians from their parish alone to Moscow. So the goal is to reestablish the Chinese Orthodox Church, which I think is a noble thing.
Some of the translations with Bishop Maxime.
Oh, really?
Community, yeah. So, but
for China,
for the communities here, and to also help Rokor do a little bit of that. And there's one in Harbin, which is my ancestral land, and then there's one in Shanghai.
Yeah, the biggest thing here in Korea is just the lack of the lack of content that's translated from Korean from English into Korean. Like I'll give an example. A good Jay Dyer video that's like 10 minutes long where he explains an issue or explains why atheism is stupid or something like that actually goes a long way in bringing people about to the faith, and so people should be translating that, subtitling it. Subtitle it into Japanese, subtitle it into Korean, subtitle it into Chinese. It's not preferable, but even using AI to do it wouldn't be the worst.
Yeah, I mean another reason why my guys are hated, right? Like if I ever tell a Chinese person I'm like Manchurian descendant, they hate Manchurians is because they blame partially the century of humiliation, that's what they call it, on us. And honestly, I agree, because we were barbarians. We went into their country. We wreaked havoc. I don't know if you guys ever seen like the later Chinese years when the West interacted, they had this really fucking weird, ugly haircut, which like you have to shave off the first part of your head and the entire side. And it's a giant freaking like a braid.
It's like a Jew hat with like braid all the way down.
Yeah, it's super ugly. So I mean, like that traditional Manchurian Jurchen hair, they don't even have any hair. It's just like one little braid from the head, and it just goes. Yeah, but what they did is like what the nobility did when they went into China. They forced all the Chinese to shave their hair, or else they get killed, and they forced all of them to change their gay haircut. That's just it's ugly. I'm okay to say, and I admit these people are, and the corruption was rampant. They're just nothing but a bunch of more developed Mongols. They ruined the sophisticated society of China, who were actually inventing things, and then even in World War II they collaborated with the Japanese.
Oh yeah, but another thing that people need to the Chinese blame everything on the Japanese, like for example Nanking. Don't get me wrong, the Japanese did some horrible things. I'm gonna get in trouble with this with some of my Chinese buddies, but guys, you killed a lot of the Chinese people after the Japanese left Nanking. The Nanking were not responsible for all of the people that died.
Nobody killed more Chinese than the Chinese.
Yes. And the nationalists, when they retook because people think it was the communists that retook Nanking. It wasn't. It was the nationalists.
No.
When the nationalists retook Nanking, what do you think they did with every single Chinese person that stayed there? You're a collaborator. You're dead.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a female collaborator? Well, now you get to service all of the soldiers that had just fought to reconquer your thing, right?
No.
And then what do you think happened after the communists defeated the nationalists? Oh, you're a nationalist collaborator. So it was like triple whammy. The Japanese were brutal. Don't get me wrong. They were horrible. But they also didn't have interest in like literally like leveling an entire city and having no population. Why conquer a place if you didn't want to rule it, right? So the Japanese had an incentive not to be that bad. They were bad, but not that bad. The nationalists then come in and kill everybody that was accused of being a kill R-word and everything else. People that were considered collaborators. And then after the communists drove out the nationalists, they did the same thing. Oh, you're a collaborator with the nationalists? We're going to kill all of you.
Yeah, exactly. And then the Cultural Revolution is retarded. They killed. The reason why Father Stephen Wu hasn't been canonized is because of the effort the Rocourt is trying to do in China, because they can't canonize somebody who was killed by the current party. But you know,
someday.
You know about the bird killing thing, right? You know about the bird killing thing?
I think I've heard of it, but you'd have to remind me.
Mobilize the entire fucking country to do nothing but kill birds.
I think I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, and then what happened was the birds are gone, the grasshoppers came in and destroyed their crops for years.
And then mass starvation, yeah.
Millions of deaths. How stupid do you have to be?
Well, Mao was an idiot. Mao was. This is why like China learned from. Believe it or not, modern day China is not communist, because they realized that Mao was dumb. The only reason they still honor Mao is because they're like they have to, because they can't admit that this was a massive mistake. So you know what the modern Chinese state is? It's just a recreation of the Han Dynasty.
And it's the worst of capitalism. Like, you want capitalism, you go there. It is the worst. Like, people are fleeing to Korea and Japan for work. My friends are that I knew that are there, because it's like, if you're born in a lower class, you can never get out. Like, they'll just oppress you.
Yeah, the modern day state of China is a recreation of the Han Dynasty. Yeah. It's Xi Jinping is the emperor. Okay. And all of the Communist Party are the eunuchs.
Yep. That's. By the way, I'm taking my priest there in 2 years, and he wants to see St. John's Church. So if you guys can actually go see St. John's Church. The building is still there in Shanghai, but unfortunately, literally it's just a warehouse. But it's still got the architecture of his little church. It says this is some sort of monument. Nobody cares. Everybody just knows the Orthodox building. Nobody cares what it is, but it's St. John's Church there.
Yeah. So. Well, and don't get me wrong, modern day China has a lot of potential. It does.
Yeah.
But it needs to become Orthodox.
Yeah, I will debate any Chinese person on them having a state religion.
One thing you want to know, that Korean girl that went on Joe Rogan, the one that's like from North Korea and she's an escapee. Yeah, she's a bunch. She's a complete bullshit artist. She completely made up everything about that.
No,
total bullshit.
I mean, by the way, my mother been in. You know how many times my mother went to North Korea?
I don't know, maybe
19
a couple
times.
Yeah. Most of the stories that come out of North Korea are a bunch of bullshit. Modern North Korea is actually fairly modernized, by the way, guys. It's not communist either anymore. It hasn't been communist.
Poor as hell.
Yeah, but outside of the major cities, poor as hell. But it's not modern. Like Kim Jong-un has done a lot to modernize North Korea. He's done a lot. He's a reformer compared to his father. His father was kind of a wacky hermit that that kind of didn't do anything to help the country and didn't like. He was just kind of like he sat in his like little cubicles, you know, in his buildings. But no, she's a bunch of she grew up almost her whole life in Manchuria, in China. She grew up her whole life there. She didn't grow up almost at all in North Korea. She has no idea what she's talking about. It's total bullcrap. And even some members of her family have even said, she never experienced any of this.
She was on that reality show. Like, how are you just a poor girl in North Korea when you're on a South Korean reality show? Like, what the hell, dude?
Also, guys, look at actually, you should pull this up. You should pull this up, Counterdocs. Show a before and after of her. She's not that old. She's younger than me, guys.
What's her name again?
She's at least the same age. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. North Korean. Yes. Look up her when she first left North Korea, or when she first arrived in South Korea as a defector, even though she wasn't. She was from China. Her family came to South Korea from China. And now look at her now. She's had so much work done on her face. She's like completely ruined her face. She's the worst aspects of capitalism ever. And again,
there you go. I mean, this is like the beginning, right? And then this is now. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, they can't see it. They can't see it.
What?
You're not sharing your screen.
There you go. All right, here. That's her now. That's her in the beginning. What the hell is this?
Yes.
The plastic surgery is demonic.
Look how pretty she is.
Look at this.
Before. That's her when she first came.
Yeah.
And then do the third one down. The third one down from your screen. On the right-hand side, right there. That's her, like, very recently. She's completely ruined her face, guys.
And she had a boob job, too. Look at that.
Massive boob job, yes.
I mean, but
and by the way, I do want to point this out. Plastic surgery is not as common in South Korea as people make it out to be. But when you do see it, it's super obvious. But it's not as common as people seem to think.
It feels like freaking. By the way, I grew up with North Korean people. Just letting everybody know. Like whenever I go, I'm in China.
They're good people.
No, they have their towns, and dude, I love their food. It's better than South Korea. It's
South Korean food is good, but North Korean food. I've been to a North Korean restaurant here.
They're not capitalistic. They have bigger portions, and then like I talked to like they have their they bring their whole families to work there, like because China pays better, obviously.
Yeah.
And I play with their kids. They're just really chill people.
Yeah, they're good people. So North Koreans in South Korea are really good people too, but they're people forget this, and they're paid to say exaggerated stories, guys.
Yeah.
Like if you're a defector from the North, you're literally paid money to do that. In fact, Counterdocs, if he wanted to, he could go to China and create a bunch of fake records and claim that he's a North Korean defector and get a ton of money.
Yeah.
In South Korea, tons of money. You get a ton of money for being a North Korean defector in South Korea. You get all kinds of benefits.
Tell that people from North Korea have like this very distinctive accent. It's like accent.
Oh yeah.
So because
distinct.
When I hear North Korean friends speak North Korean, it's very different than when I go to Seoul. Because I used to go to Seoul a lot, and then, like people there sounded completely different. But
honestly, South Koreans, I will say this: South Koreans overwhelmingly do not get plastic surgery, overwhelmingly, and they're very good-looking people. They are, but they also get a lot of people that are imported there. Like most of the people that get plastic surgery in South Korea are actually like from China, Japan, and other places. Actually, even white countries, people like fly there just to get it done there because of how good they are at it.
But by the way, I gotta let you guys ever go to China? So do not bring a South Korean into the North Korean restaurant. They're not allowed.
Oh yeah, they're not allowed. Yeah.
I had one. I shit you not, and this was in my hometown, and it says South Koreans and dogs cannot enter.
I will say this: North Korea and South Korea uniting would make one of the greatest power, one of the most powerful nations on earth.
Yeah.
They would be arguably probably like a fifth or sixth most powerful nation on earth economically and militarily. Like they would be a powerhouse. No one could force them to do anything. With North Korea's military development and with South Korea's economic development with their chaebols and Samsung and all that stuff, dude, it would be unstoppable.
Yeah.
South Korea doesn't have a huge immigration problem. There's a little bit, but it's not as bad as people seem to think. I mean, having lived here as long as I have, it's not nearly as bad as people think. The problem is actually mostly the U.S. military dorks. Like anywhere the U.S. military is located is just a crapshoot. There's crime, prostitution, and all that kind of stuff. Mostly because the U.S. soldiers are desperate to like. And by the way, it's not even like South Koreans that are prostituting. It's like they import a bunch of Vietnamese girls and Southeast Asian girls. So
But I just
Johnny
want to tell
Smiley,
people
he's still in jail.
The hair different. Okay, I want to talk about that guy, but this is traditional Chinese hair, right? And they have very
long hair, yes.
Very long and very well groomed, and then it actually has a special meaning in their culture. I don't know what it is, but like this is what the Manchurians forced them to do, like this. Like what the hell is this, dude? Like look at this. So I absolutely side with the Chinese for saying like the Manchurians ruined their culture and ruined their country. I get it.
What dynasty was it with the Manchurians? It was the Tang?
No, it's a Qing.
Qing? Which one was before the Qing?
It's Ming. It's Ming, yeah.
Were the Ming the last dynasty? Who was the last dynasty?
Last dynasty of the Chinese, yes.
And who was before the queen? Established by the Manchu people, yes.
Yeah, it was the Jurchens, and then they united the Jurchen tribes, and then they're like, okay, well, screw the Chinese because we're tired of paying tributes and we're gonna invade.
Yeah, the Ming were the descendants of the Han dynasty.
Yeah, it's after Han there was a huge period of unrest, and then it was Tang, it was Tan, and then Song, and then Yuan, which is the Mongolians, yes. And then Ming after the Chinese came back and kicked out the Mongolians, and the Qing, yes. And that was it.
Yeah, the Ming were probably the most successful out of all. I mean, they had a very long-lasting.
But they were brutal, though. There were a lot of corruption there too. Very brutal.
Well, but that was common for China. I mean, going back to Han and even prior to the Han. The one we know the least about was the Shang dynasty, I believe.
Yeah, Shang. So that's the first one. That's where all their mythology came from.
Yes, because it was based very, very heavily on Taoism.
Okay, Johnny Somali. Yeah, that guy's. So I think they would have got him harder. He deserves worse.
No, he did. They tried to. The prosecutors wanted to push for more, but the courts decided not to.
To do that in front of the statue of a Comfort woman, I think it's disgusting.
Well, the thing is that's not what he was nailed for. They only nailed him for specific crimes, and one of them was workplace inconvenience, where he was throwing noodles in a convenience store and making a mess intentionally. They nailed him for the second thing. They nailed him for was like being inappropriate around children, basically being a loud nuisance. And then the third thing was business disruption or something like that. AI fakes. He was using fake AI images to show him like making out with Korean streamers, and so they sued. So that's illegal in Korea. You can't like fake that, right? Because it's considered slander.
That's funny.
So those crimes, none of those crimes had a very long prison sentence, and so the judge decided just to give him kind of a lighter one, but then he's immediately deported and he can never come back to Korea for the next 10 years. So he's never going to be able to harass anyone in Korea.
He should be locked in Somali. But Cletus says, I just realized how much of the sheep I was now seeing a more nuanced perspective. I mean, there's a nuanced perspective of people. It's not just North Korea. People are not just categories. Yes, when we identify people, we can generalize, but right, if you really want to represent people accurately, there's a lot of nuance.
Yeah, North Korea, guys, you can read Juche philosophy. You can go and read it. Juche philosophy is not communist. There's socialistic elements within it, but it's actually very uniquely Korean in its philosophical underpinnings. It's actually heavily influenced by Imperial Japan. Believe it or not, the first leader of North Korea was heavily influenced by Imperial Japanese philosophy on politics. So, like this idea that like they're communists, like that's boomer Cold War era bull, right? And it's the same thing with China, right? Like, and same thing with Vietnam. Vietnam has not been communist for like 30 years. It's like,
Yeah, weak penantist. I have curly hair, by the way. This is like natural curls and stuff. But
there's Korean. There's two types of Asian hair. There's coarser hair, but it's not like coarse hair to the degree of like a black person, obviously. Or there's like silk, like long, luscious, very silky hair.
That's
so,
very soft.
Very soft.
Korea knows how to excommunicate people. Why can't other Christians realize the kingdom needs to be able to do that? Well, I don't know. We're the wrong people to ask, man.
North Korea is kind of based.
Olaf, what's up, bro? I haven't seen you in a while.
Mixed bag.
You look a bit like a Southern. Are you, dude?
Dude, that's an insult. That's a big insult.
I have zero Southern Chinese DNA. My
Cantonese
DNA. No,
are a special breed.
The Cantonese are not even Chinese. You know why? Because they're Cantonese. They're their own tribe. They're just like completely different people. Like,
the Cantonese are. They're not Han. Let's put it that way. They're not descended from Han.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm not even descended from Han because the area I'm from, like, it's not even that region. Father Stephen was saying Imperial Japan has some Nephilim rituals. Yes, despite the geographic distance. Yes, that's true. Every culture has them.
Every culture had it that wasn't Christian or Jewish. They all had it. The fact of the matter is actually, if you look into traditional Tao, China and most of Asia was way more successful when they were mostly Taoist before Buddhism and Confucianism. Because what happened with Buddhism is Buddhism actually is actually a very backwards religion and actually caused a lot of problems for China and a lot of instability. Precisely because it didn't give them a philosophical grounding for morals.
Yeah, I mean,
Taoism, despite it not being Christian, actually has a far more rigorous understanding of celestial hierarchies and of where moral systems are derived. This is the same thing with Greek philosophy prior to it being Christianized, right? Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, they had a much better, more coherent understanding of philosophy and morality. It's the same thing, and this is why everyone should read Christ the Eternal Tao. It's fantastic. It really helps give you. This is why China is actually emphasizing its Taoist roots recently, and not its Buddhist roots. So,
have you checked out already? Yes, I have. I'm debating whether I want to spend $50 on it. I did uninstall Call of Duty because it's gay. Opinion on the band. On the band The Who, I don't know who that is. I don't know.
It's a Mongolian throat singing band. They're rock. It's like a mixture of that and rock.
Yeah, so we got to get some Mongolian Orthodox chanting styles going.
That's so true. So true.
Ras is who's Ras?
I don't know who Ras is.
Yeah, I'm going to Shenzhen for holiday this year.
Shenzhen.
I mean, yeah, it's it's in Canton. So it's a very developed. It's
probably the most developed city in Canton, in the Cantonese area, like in the southern part of China.
Great city. I've never been there. I mean, I've only been to a few.
I've been near it in Guangzhou, which is south of Shenzhen, but Guangzhou is much poorer compared to Shenzhen. So
I don't know how you resolve the filioque. I mean, it's gay and it's fake.
And it leads to transgenders and homosexuals.
Yeah, and it's bad spirituality, cannot. It leads to a bad anthropology.
That's us being a little bit trolly. We obviously could answer more thoroughly, but we're tired.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the thing about it, humankinds are created in the image of God, which is God is triune. You know, we are triune.
Ogre, that's a great comment.
Filioque contradicts that. So you resolve the filioque with whiteout. Yes, there's no filioque.
Just white it out.
Yeah, there's no filioque. Yeah. Okay, but if you guys visiting China though, like, I mean, if you want to go to the capital, but the capital is kind of really freaking boring. Really boring.
It also like the smog. No offense, but like Beijing and Shanghai, like Beijing and Shanghai are horrible cities because of the smog. It's just like it's all like the air quality is horrible all the time.
Shanghai, I would visit it. Lots of history there. Beijing is kind of screwed. I wouldn't. If you really want to go to like China, it would not be the Northeast. It would not be
the Southeast.
It would be center. So
yeah, that would be like the old imperial city, where the old imperial city used to be. Where's that called?
There's a few, right? There's
let me look it up on a map. I can't remember the names.
There's Xi'an. I just went there. It's very traditional. It's where the first emperor they were at, and it's got all of that cool stuff. Xi'an, and there's Hunan, which is you know, where they used to have their capital. Lots of cool stuff there. And then there's also Sichuan. They're all pretty cool. If you want to
Xi'an, yep, Xi'an is really good. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Basically the region of I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, but Hubei.
Hubei, yes.
But I know this is gonna sound bad, but Wuhan is not actually a bad city to visit.
Yeah. No. Those are because Chinese people, they're the people along the Yangtze River, and those are pretty much the surrounding areas.
What do you think of Chengdu?
What?
Chengdu.
Yeah, that's in Sichuan.
Yeah,
that's like right by the Yangtze River. That's like the most authentic Chinese. That's where the Han Dynasty came from.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so it's like that's where the guy rallied against, you know, the other places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean those areas, but like Northeast, I mean, and Shanghai, these places were just later on settlements. And
they were just conquered. They were just conquered regions eventually. Yeah. Oh, I know Zhenzhou. I don't know if I'm pronouncing these right, but Zhenzhou.
How do you spell that?
That's south of Beijing, kind of closer to the center. It's near Xi'an. It's like east of Xi'an.
I don't know.
The English way to spell it would be Zhengzhou.
Zhengzhou.
Zhengzhou. Thank you. You know better than me.
Yeah, that's Henan. That's Henan.
Oh, okay. See, I can't.
When you say Hebei, when it's He means the river.
Yeah.
So Hebei, what you said was the north of the river. Henan is the south of the river.
I'm trying to remember, but my Chinese pronunciation is terrible. So you'll have to.
Yeah, like in Korean it's the same. Nan is south. Because that's why North Koreans call South Koreans Nanchosan, right?
Yeah.
And
well, actually, if you guys ever visit South Korea, you know, as Seoul is great for like a day or two, but you should never stay in Seoul for more than like a couple days, because it's just like your usual big city. The places you want to visit are places like Cheonju, like Ulsan, Daegu, Yongsu, Mokpo, places like that, because those are going to be like more authentically Korean. Or Kunmi, those places are more authentically Korean. They're outside of the big cities, and they're much more countryside, and you get a little bit more of a feel for that. But if you're a city person, then, you know, Seoul is fine, but I would say if you're a city person, go to like one of the other big cities like Busan, Daegu, Gwangju, places like that. So
what is 40K? You mean, I don't know. What do you mean, bro? South Korean
Warhammer 40K.
Oh, I don't do that, bro. Sorry.
Yeah.
South Korean programs for the computer games forever. For over 10 hours, yes. And the Chinese kids do that too. Is Metro any good? And Stalker, is anyone chat? Stalker is good. I heard it, but it's like
I've never played Metro.
yeah, Stalker is good. I heard. I've never really played it. The West Bankers hate and demonize any country they can monetize. North Korea, Iran, Venezuela. Yeah.
I mean, it's Cold War era boomer stuff. Some of it had nothing to do with bankers. Some of it just had to do with like these are geopolitical enemies because of the Soviets, right?
Yeah.
So.
Demonize any country. Say what you want about the DPRK, but they have the cleanest on earth. and like anytime Roman Catholics go, we evangelize the world. Ask them where's their church in the DPRK.
Yeah, it's actually a fake church. It's not actually in communion with them. They have a fake Catholic church. We actually have a legitimate canonical Catholic church there, and also we're working on trying to build more missions there.
Yeah,
I know my bishop has said that there's active efforts to get more North Koreans in seminary, and there's even potentially efforts to build a seminary in North Korea, which would be insane, by the way.
I don't know. I've been to the Jeju Island one time. I just when I was there,
the Jeju Island language is just Korean with some slight changes in word. It's like think of it this way. It's like a super thick dialect of Korean with some very unique Korean words, but there really isn't a major, like, it's not distinct enough to call it its own language.
Yeah, I was there when I was 9 years old. I just went there. I murdered every single hermit crab I saw on the beach. There's so many hermit crabs. Like, come on, like so many hermit crabs. I never.
There's these in Korea. So Korea is famous for its mud flats. Actually, I don't know if you've ever been. The mud flats in Korea are like a natural wonder of the world. Basically, the entire ocean almost like recedes, and you could probably in huge swaths of South Korea, especially on the west side. And you can just go there and like the amount of resources they harvest from that octopus, eel, crabs, and stuff like that.
Oh, I've seen that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so nice. Everything just wash up and they can't leave. You just go and
that's how they do it. They just harvest it all up and then proceed to wait for the next time. Comes in and out.
Let's see here. Any more questions?
Let's see.
Korea has mudflat. India has something else with similar color. India has a lot of trains. If you guys know what
I will say this: India would be a much more functional country if it was split up into 60 countries. Because frankly, they're just like there's no reason that it's one country. Like Nagaland. The people of Nagaland are more closely ethnically related to Southern Chinese than they are to Indians, right? There's no reason that they're not their own country. It's the same thing with like huge swaths of India should just be their own countries, because a centralized government for a country that big is just not sustainable.
Yeah. By the way, the other day I was playing Modern Warfare 2019. I don't know if you know about the part about the, it was the whole thing was just demonize Russia. And it just happens to be 2 years before the invasion. But there's a part that they said that the Russians did this thing called the Highway of Death.
Yeah.
And, made up Middle Eastern country. And they said it's like the Russians bomb all the fleeing civilians on the Highway of Death. And that's like, we did that in real life. The real play is called Highway of Death. That it was a bunch of fleeing I think Afghanis, and then we just
right down the line. Yep.
Yeah.
With like A10s and things like
that. That one made national news in Russia when that game came out, and nobody knows.
Well, actually, funny thing, guys. Have you ever played the? I don't know if you want to do this, Counterdocs. Have you ever played the Street View game for India? where you just go on Google Maps and you use the like little character and you just choose a random place in India and see if you can't find trash. You just got to find one place that doesn't have litter or trash on the ground. It's the funniest thing ever. It's impossible. I've tried it. You cannot.
Wait. So what do? You do like India?
Yeah, you just do India, and then you do Street View on Google Maps, and then you just take the little character, and you just choose a random place in India, and you look around and see if you can find a place that doesn't have trash.
Okay, hold on. Go to Street View, India.
And you just choose the little character, you like the little orange character, and you just choose a random place in India, and just see if you can find a place without trash.
Okay, so we found India, and then how do I layers?
You gotta share your screen.
But hold on, let me figure out the layers.
Oh yeah. To do Street View, there's a little character in the corner on the bottom left. You just choose that, and anywhere there's like a blue thing, you can basically go Street View, and you just select a place. You just randomly place the character down, and you'll see it, and then you'll see.
I mean,
and you just look around. And no matter where you choose, it's like there's trash.
There's no trash here. It's just really chaotic. There's no trash here.
Dude, that is... Turn around.
There's no trash.
Wow, you might have found the one place in India without trash.
Yeah, look. But let's see how many. We'll do 5 and see like...
You went pretty rural, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, I just click on a place. Umari? That sounds like a Japanese food. I mean, no? We got to click like human settlement, because that's not fair. All right, let's look at the street here.
Yeah, you just drag that little character guy.
Everywhere. Look at this.
Trash. Just trash. Yeah, you have to choose a high density area.
This is not high density.
No, I'm saying anywhere there's like a city or a town center. You know what I mean? Like you can't just choose like the completely rural area. You have to go like
India Gandhi. That Gandhi word. Okay, let's see like over here. No. This is this is the wrong freaking area. So where's Wardha? Whatever the heck this is.
Yeah. So just take that little orange guy in the corner, in the bottom corner. Just drag him. Click and drag, and then anywhere on the blue.
Trash right there.
Yeah, trash.
And right here a little bit.
It's just like everywhere is just a crapshoot. It's like I don't know how they even developed this much.
Okay, so we don't need to go to Nagpur.
Someone said the whole building is trash.
What? Chindwara? How do I say it in Indian? Chindwara? No.
Chindwara? I don't know, dude. You have to do the head bob. You have to do the head bob.
Yep, trash everywhere.
Even if you go like even if you go into like more obscure cities like if you go to like if you exit out of here if you exit out there and you just zoom out, go to like the top, like there's this city called like in the kind of more northern parts near Bangladesh and Nepal. Just go to Patna. Just choose a random street there too. It's just
let's
like
go to Satna. All right, let's see. It's a little shitty place. Doink.
Just trash everywhere, dude. There's trash everywhere. It doesn't matter what city you choose.
Little runoff pieces. Can we go to China?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, they have Street View in China. Yeah, they have Street View in China.
You're lying.
Grab the little character. Grab the little character.
This is bullshit, man. Like, okay, so this is the city I grew up in for a little bit.
Yeah, grab the character, and you'll see the Street View options, and you might even be able to see your home.
There's no way, man. So I'm just doxing my mom right now. Hold on, I'm trying to figure out. So yeah, the Koreans are over here, right? This
Korean district.
Yeah, those are all Korean districts over here. Freaking, where am I looking at? Okay, so that's the that's the outside of the city, pretty much.
How big is the city? Is it like a couple million people?
Yeah, it's a pretty freaking big city in Manchuria. Here, I'm trying to find out. So I don't think it was this. Was it this one? Science. Yeah, this is here. Yeah, this lake here. I used to fish for snakeheads in there when they still had it.
Yeah, you can do Street View here. I'm looking at Street View right now as we speak.
Oh yeah, right here.
I see your city. It's a nice city. It looks very Korean, except it's in Chinese.
I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, so this is our building right here. We have like my mom has like this huge luxury apartment here.
Oh, so he's coming from wealth, guys. He's a rich Chinese mother effer.
No, dude, my mom, her place. Yeah, this is. Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out where. Yeah, so you see these tall buildings. That's what my mom lives in. But yeah, her house is U.S. dollars, like 2 million or something, like an apartment. That's how crazy that shit is over there.
Yeah, it's expensive. Apartments are
like in the middle of the city.
He's a secret agent, but he's our rich secret agent.
I don't know where this did, but it's not available everywhere, right?
No, I don't think they do. I don't think they've had like the Google car that like records it live and does every single street, but they do have like key areas you can just drop it in and it'll go to the most nearest place.
I'm trying to. So you pass this area, and this is where my family used to own the hotel over there.
Is that all like apartments now?
No, it's like it's another hotel now. We sold it. But yeah, this is, and yeah, dude, fishing was so good in there until like everybody just ruined it. They're like gigantic. I used to catch like huge, like
snakeheads are freaky. They're freaky little mother effers. Their teeth are freaking huge.
You go down over here.
No kidding though. Will they bite the snakeheads, or are they mostly like only bite other fish kind of thing?
You had to use frogs because like this entire lake here, dude, it's like. Whole thing, the entire thing is covered in algae.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I just skip a frog through this and along the side because it's. Oh wait, let me see if I can find where it is. Yeah, these are so right here. That's like a Polish hotel, like a really nice 5-star hotel, and we used to own our hotel here. I think I can even find like the building my family owns. Yeah, this is very different than what the building actually looks like there. That's the thing, right?
That looks like a high school.
Yeah, you can't.
Is that a high school?
No, it's okay. No, this is a middle school. I'm just. This map is really freaking weird. Yeah, so right here. Yeah, we own all these buildings. We sold some of them, but
nice.
Yeah, but this is like. Let me see where our apartment is. Though it's like. We should be able to see it. It's right here. Yeah. These buildings. That's where our apartment. See all these tall buildings in Asia, any Asian country, dude, it's like crazy, stupid expensive. Okay. Yeah, this is the street in China, just so you guys can see. And that's our building. But it's like, yeah, this is the street.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Looks pretty standard, like a pretty standard Korean city here.
Yeah, it's all like essentially the same thing. Let's see what else. I think I went that way, and I went to a school there for a little bit, and I got expelled. Yeah. So right here, this one. I went to this school for a little bit and I got expelled. Because
he was not a good boy. He was a bad student. Yeah. You got in fights all the time, didn't you?
Oh yes, I did. Like it's a fighting culture is big over there. Everybody fought. So all the minorities, like we love to fight, right? So like I had like me, like my Mongolian friends, we just fight all the time, right? But like, it's always the Chinese kids that gets mad, and they always pussy out and tell the teacher. And it's like,
Yeah.
it just makes it very not fun. It's like, dude, you're provoking people and you get beat up, and it's like. But yeah, I want to look at. Can we go to North Korea?
No, North Korea doesn't have. They don't allow Google.
Oh, that's.
If you were in China, you could use China.
One place. No. We got one place, bro. It's in the middle of the mountain.
I don't think it allows it.
No. Please.
It must be an error.
Oh my god, no.
In South Korea, I can share my screen and show you guys where me and my wife stayed in South Korea.
Just doxing people, dude. The hell, dude.
I don't care.
Yeah.
No one, literally no, because it's not my. Here, I shared it.
This thing, but yeah, Taiwan.
you
we can obviously. Oh my god, let's look at what Taiwan looks like. I mean, like they want to compare. This is like India. Like, come on, like, you think this is gonna beat China? I don't think so. Where's Taipei?
It's to the north. It's the north part of the.
Yeah, I can't talk shit because we do actually have like extended family in Taiwan. Like, come on, come on. This is like city center in Taipei. And then there.
It's not bad. I mean,
comparing to us, like, yeah, it's pretty freaking bad, but.
So I can show you guys. I have it pulled up. Let me show you. South Korea actually does not have as much of the street view. Japan is like complete. Like you can see every aspect of Japan. It's crazy.
I gotta show this one. Boy says Indians are not even here. I got that. Indians are not even one race. They're multiple races and are from many different ethnicities. Isn't North India more religious? The sacred poop of cows shall bless me and my family for days.
This is pretty standard apartment. Actually, I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Pretty standard, like older apartment. These are like 15, 20 years old. Little church there. All the churches have those steeples. And if you go here, I can show you guys where the church in the church I attend is. Oh, I'm a little bit far away from it. Let me.
But I do heard the Greeks are dominating it over there.
Not particular. I mean, they have some new parishes because they have a lot of wealthy donors.
Mm-hmm.
But actually,
Gypsies are not the same ethnicity as other nations, but I don't mind them going back to the religion they came, regardless of what country, as long as it's in South Asia. Okay. They're Indian supremacist group, and most of them see East Asians as lesser BIPOC, so they're second to the rest of. But no, dude, come on, Indians, dude, what the hell, dude?
That's Namyang Station. I gotta find. That's Women's University. Samgakji. There we go. Right here is where.
Hold on. Wait a minute. It's crazy you do all these debates. You're stuck to a Mormon? What are you talking about? You want to join? Would you like to join and talk about Mormonism right now?
It would not shock me if we saw my bishop or my priest in one of these.
Here you go, dude. Here, Mormon kid. Come talk about Mormonism, dude.
Oh, this is older. This is all been replaced, so this is like at least 15 years old. Because
hold on, Nikolai. So yeah, you can come and talk about Mormonism. Okay, really? So I'm gonna give you a minute to join. If you don't join, you're out of here, dude. Well, we will wait for you to come and talk about Mormonism, and then nobody's gonna bully you.
No, the Greeks are. I mean, they've got more money, but we've actually had the most growth. The Russian church has opened 4 new parishes and or chapels in the last 3 years. The Greeks haven't opened a single new one. So
that's a minute already. So are you coming? Come defend your gay religion, please. I cannot wait. No. Nikolai, you deal with Mormons or no?
I could. I've never had the opportunity to talk with one.
All right, retard, you're out of here. Is Octavian still here?
I don't think so. He hasn't commented in a while.
Goodbye.
Bye. They always do that, by the way. There's a lot of people that talk a big game and then they never call in. I've had that happen like 6 times.
I mean, the dude. I mean, he's not gonna be able to bullshit in the chat anymore. But I mean, you still have the link. You can come in.
Are the Greeks forcing services in Greek there as well? They do 50-50. It's for like 50% Korean, 50% Greek. The Russians are more like 60-70% Korean with like 40 to 30% Russian. So it's definitely Korean heavy in the Russian churches more than the Greek churches. So.
By the way, I'm praying every day that you white Muslim retards call in. I cannot wait. And I want you, because every time you call in, I get a free improv show. That's what it is.
I also we get guys, not that it's crazy, but we do get the nice super chats occasionally.
What was that?
Whenever super chats are nice too.
Yeah, so I cannot wait until one of these white Muslim retards joins. White Muslim inbreds. They are literally the same.
Well, by the way, Muslims are the easiest debate in the world. Anyone who's like builds a following purely on Muslims are dumb. Because, like, no offense, you don't have to actually do that much brain power to beat a Muslim in a debate. It's not difficult.
Yeah,
anyways,
have them talk.
I'm gonna get going here. So
same. I gotta get off and lots of crap to do tomorrow.
It was nice chatting with you, but I sent you in the private chat. Please add that, okay? That's my US number. So message me, all right?
Talking about a few things. Okay. When do you want to talk, dude?
Whenever you have a spare chance. Maybe my morning is your evening, so let's just do that. So just call me in the evening your time. You're in California, right?
Yeah. What do you want to talk about, really?
Just BS a little bit about a couple things, and then also ask your questions about a few things. So ask you about a couple things. So
let me know if you get this text here, because I don't know if I can just call you. Like,
it's a Google Voice, so it's a US number.
Can you?
Yep, I got it.
All right, cool. Cool. Orthodox Shahada is way different than Debu, and Orthodox Shahada was primarily attacking Islam. Yeah.
Yeah, but Orthodox Shahada's also not only doing that, he also does high level, like, philosophical and like high level breakdowns of documents and church fathers and things like that. He's not exclusively, let me debate low tier Muslims on TikTok and build an audience. You know what I mean? So, all right, guys, I'm going to
take care, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. The stream definitely went over what it was. All righty. I'm gonna get off here. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. Thanks, Nikolai, for coming. That was at least, definitely went way over. Y'all have a good night and have fun at church tomorrow.